Okay, so good morning to all of you. A confirmation about the audio, please. If the audio is clear and available, kindly confirm. Thank you. We shall be starting in a couple of moments, guys. I'm doing good. Fine. Thank you. I hope you had a good weekend, productive one. So, hello, a very warm good morning to all of you, and welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep IAS. Welcome to another session of Environment and Ecology, where we shall be proceeding ahead now once we have laid some basic groundwork and some basic foundation into the aspects of what do we understand by environment, what do we understand by the ecological setup for any particular species, what do we consider as a habitat, as a niche, and we have also seen that how in different conditions the species they keep on adapting to the changing circumstances, and that leads to the various different adaptations that we see around us. Now those adaptations, they manifest themselves in many different ways, in multifarious different ways, and that is something that we have seen here. Now, in the last session, we had talked about the wetlands. We had talked about the importance of wetlands, the importance of conservation of wetlands. We had taken a look at mangroves with examples. We have taken a look at the regions in the country where mangroves are to be found. We have taken a look at the adaptations that the mangroves go through. And also the Mangrove Alliance for Climate is again something that we took a deeper inspection into. After that, we initiated our discussion about the aquatic biomes, where we talked about the coral reef systems, what these coral reefs are, and why is it that they enter into a symbiotic relationship with the algae. But we have also seen that not all the corals they do enter into the symbiotic relationship. In fact, we have seen that basically you have the warm water corals. They are the ones where you will find the algal species of zooxanthellae. The colder corals variety, they that can be found at the bottom of the seafloor in certain cases. For example, black corals. There you don't have the example of any kind of symbiotic relationship whatsoever. And we have seen that how these corals they end up growing, and how they are referred to be, or why rather they are referred to be the tropical rainforest of the entire aquatic ecosystem. Because not only do they produce oxygen while carrying out the process of photosynthesis. Now photosynthesis is not carried out by the corals themselves, but rather the zooxanthellae population that carries out photosynthesis. So as and when photosynthesis is carried out, oxygen is always a byproduct. So oxygen is always produced there. Now along with that, you have the provision of food and shelter for a wide variety of species out there. So that is why corals are also the known as the tropical rainforest of the aquatic system. Now, after that, we had looked into the fact, when we were talking about these corals, about the regions where the warm water corals are to be found in greater majority. And we have seen that the regions around the Southeast Asian region, as well as the Western Pacific, where you have endless amount of islands, thousands of various different islands spaced very close to each other. So there you will have shallower waters, and those shallower waters will provide a perfect condition for the growth of these corals. And that is the region from Indonesia, Malaysia, all the way to Solomon Islands, Timor-Leste, all of these. Now they will be included under the portion of what is referred to as a coral triangle, even further extending up till Australia, northern portion of Australia. There also you will find the existence of large amount of corals. Now, in adverse conditions, we have already talked about the fact that whenever adverse conditions happen, the zooxanthellae population leaves the corals, due to which the overall productivity reduces, and eventually the corals, they don't get enough food and they die. So that process where the zooxanthellae population leaves the corals, abandons the corals, rendering the coral as a kind of a stony whitish appearance once again. So that is what is the process is known as coral bleaching. That is what we refer to as the bleaching of the coral. And once you have to understand, and that is something that we talked about on Friday as well, that when coral bleaching happens, if let's suppose the conditions, the external circumstances, they revert themselves or they correct themselves within 45 days or 60 days, it might happen that the zooxanthellae population or the entire area is repopulated by the zooxanthellae and there won't be any further damage. But it can also happen that if the conditions are not reverted within 45-60 days, the zooxanthellae population will perpetually leave and the corals will die eventually, leading to a substantial loss in the marine or aquatic ecosystem. Okay, this is what we had looked at in the last class. Now, today we proceed further ahead from that particular area. Now, when we talk about the corals, there is another aspect associated generally with the portion of the current affairs of corals as well. Now, here across the globe, there has been a significant effort or a push which is induced for the conservation of these coral species. How to conserve them? Because due to human actions and human interventions, in many of the areas, you experience a substantial amount of degradation not only in the habitat of the corals, but there is a depopulation amongst the corals themselves due to the kind of unsustainable practices in fishing, due to pollution. Many of the corals have died. So there has always been an endeavor to restore the coral species. And for that, technology is being used nowadays to restore the degraded species, or in any area where you don't have enough amount of coral species left. Many of them have been degraded, many of them have died. So in order to repopulate those areas with the corals again, you use various different technological tools. One of those technological interventions which is available is what is the biorock technology. Biorock technology. Now, this biorock technology that we have, that is the entire process is driven around the basic principle of electrolysis. Electrolysis, I'm sure you would have studied in your school days, in your elementary level, 6th, 7th, 8th level, you would have seen what an electrolysis is, where you have a container with a liquid electrolyte, and then basically you insert two of the electrodes. And if you pass some amount of charge through it, deposits they do happen across the electrodes, right? We have seen that. So this is used to restore the degraded coral region. Okay, so here used to restore the area with coral population and repair the degradation experienced. Okay, now this is driven by the principle, the basic principle of electrolysis. Okay. Now, how does this happen, or what is carried out in this? So, in this, you have to, the basic aim is to restore an area where a lot of degradation has happened, where a lot of coral species have died or have been removed, or any of the processes due to which the coral population is not the same as it would be. So, that is those areas we have to restore them with the coral population, and that means having newer species of corals regenerate very quickly. So, what is done is taking the help of this process of electrolysis. Here, a wired mesh, okay, a wired mesh is taken up, and in that wired mesh, basically, it is a mesh type of network, and in that, you have almost like a crisscross arrangement which is done. And across the two ends, very small amount of charge is allowed to flow through them. Okay, right? Very small amount of charge is allowed to flow. Okay, now here, when you have a very small amount of charge which is allowed to flow, and depending upon the type of, now in electrolysis you would have seen that basically there are various different types of electrodes, and various different types of electrodes will always determine the type of deposition which will happen, right? Well, if you remember slightly what you have studied in your seventh or eighth standard, you would have seen that if you change the electrolyte solution, then the type of deposition will be different. If you change the electrode, the type of deposition will be different because the chemical reactions, they get altered. Now, here, the materials are chosen which will alter or which will significantly encourage the deposition of calcium carbonate. The calcium and carbonate ions are naturally present in the seawater or in the oceanic water, right? You have CaSO4, then you have various different calcium, calcium chloride is there, calcium sulfate is there, similarly magnesium carbonate. So you have carbonate and calcium ions, both of them are present in water, aquatic water. Now, here, as that minor charge is passed, so all that calcium and carbonate, it starts accumulating across these areas. Okay, so let's represent calcium carbonate by a different coloration. Let's choose a coloration. I hope it is easily visible. Let's choose this dark blue color. So all around this central wiring or central mesh type system, you will find that there is a kind of a deposit of calcium carbonate which has taken place. And that deposit of calcium carbonate, by the way, that takes place due to the process of electrolysis, right? Now, in this deposit of calcium carbonate, let's suppose this is where your deposit of calcium carbonate has happened. Deposits. Now, as the calcium carbonate deposits have happened, what does that bring into the picture? And now, please understand and recall that corals, they develop a calcium carbonate exoskeleton around them. So And even the newer generations of corals that grow, they utilize the previous generation's calcium carbonate base or the platform that is left behind by them. So that calcium carbonate is very important for the regeneration of corals out there. So in this medium, now degraded corals, or wherever you have the region in which whatever few amount of corals are left, few of them are introduced in this. Okay, introduced in this medium. Now, very quickly, the corals, they start to multiply. They start to increase in number. And due to that, sudden repopulation will happen. Sudden increase in number will happen. Now, on this platform, degraded corals are introduced on the substratum, or the substrate in simple terms, of CaCO3. Corals grow significantly faster. Repopulation can be carried out. Okay. So that is the process of biorock technology, and with the help of biorock technology, restoration of the various different corals, and in areas where the coral population starts reducing quite significantly, in those areas you have the restoration of the coral population out there. Okay, I hope that is understood. Cryomesh is the method which is used to restore the coral population. Ilma, so does that mean there cannot be any other method to restore the coral population? Or is it that, are we aware about only cryomesh? So only cryomesh is the technology which we will know, other technologies we will not know. Are we able to understand? Yes, cryomesh and biorock technology is absolutely different. Cryomesh, what is cryomesh? Cryo, please understand. Cryo refers to what? Just because here also you have seen a mesh does not mean every mesh is the same. Cryo means what? Very low temperature. So cryomesh technology is where you are able to protect the genetic diversity of the corals by freezing the embryonical stage of the coral zygote that you have, by freezing them at that stage itself, so that at a later stage, when the situation demands, you can introduce them into the ecosystem in order to repopulate the region of the corals. That is your cryomesh technology. Okay. So cryomesh, I understand that many of us are very, very knowledgeable. We have read a lot of things, but please understand there are few things which are also there, which have been asked in the examination as well. So please don't narrow your horizon that much, that what you're talking about biorock. I know cryomesh works, and that is it. It is not so. There are other techniques as well. And biorock technology, in fact, is much, much older as compared to the cryomesh tech. Cryomesh tech has been evolved in the recent couple of years, past couple of years. Biorock tech has been available for decades now. Okay, so please open up your mind. Why there is a need to do this restoration? Because the coral population across the world are facing degradation, and the coral population across the world are dying at a very quick rate. So that is why in that aspect you need to restore the population, you need to refurbish the population, you need to bring them back into order so that the aquatic ecosystem is taken care of. Can we use direct transplantation as well to restore the corals? No. So that is why you have these various methodologies. One of the So see, how many corals will you transplant? And from whichever area you are going to transplant, in that area you are going to cause some or the other amount of damage, isn't it? Anshu, my dear friend, what is it that you have not understood? Don't they get to restore themselves? Corals, okay. See, corals are living animals. Please understand, Shelly. When you have the corals, when they start to die in a region, how will they be able to restore? Let's suppose there's a lot of pollution carried out. Or please, I hope, okay. So that begs the question that I should talk about the basics. Again, once again, if I talk about it, when we talked about coral bleaching, the various different types of corals, they would die because of exposure to excess amount of pollution, exposure to, let's suppose, unsustainable fishing activities, marine disasters, marine pollution, etc. Are we aware of that? I hope we are able to link the fact that when the corals they get destroyed, the marine ecosystem gets destroyed along with that, because corals are very critical for the marine ecosystem. We are aware of that. I hope till now we are comfortable up till that. Now, so in order to restore the marine ecosystem, in order to have them back to normalcy in a region where the corals have been removed, what do? You do carry out some artificial processes, don't you? That is the artificial processes of restoration. For example, if let's suppose in an area in our country, okay, let me give the example with or analogy which is very prominent in the media news, so that you will be able to relate to it. In our country, let's suppose the cheetahs were extinct. Now, if outside intervention is not done, will the cheetahs repopulate this land on their own? If you don't have any cheetahs left in this area, can we have the expectation that naturally the cheetahs will start growing here? Think about it. Can they? Absolutely no. So what do you need to do? Do you need to restore them or not? Shelly, are you able to understand? Or is there an issue which still prevails? Good. Now, okay, Anshu, basically, see, biorock technology, which is the portion, okay, very quickly, I will recap it all. See, what happens in the case of biorock tech is biorock, natural rock, rock is natural, but here the term is biorock, right? So by different artificial processes, you produce a artificial rock type, obviously by natural circumstances themselves, and that is for increasing the coral population. Now, coral population likes shallow water. Warm water corals, at least, they like shallow water where sunlight is available. They want a platform of calcium carbonate, right? So this biorock provides that condition to the area where the corals have been degraded or removed. And then on that entire medium, you introduce one or the other corals so that they can repopulate, they can multiply, they can reproduce, and then eventually they will be left out into the open so that they can repopulate the entirety of the system. Now, how do you provide that medium where the corals can repopulate the entire region? That medium will be provided with the help of that process of electrolysis, where very small amount of charge is passed through that wired mesh system, and that is where calcium carbonate starts accumulating on this entire substrate, creating a calcium carbonate rock type of formation. Now, this calcium carbonate rock type of formation is not to be found normally, but has been created artificially. And on that, you allow the corals to reproduce, you allow the corals to multiply, and very quickly they will repopulate the entire area. Is that understood now, Anshu? How do CaCO3 help in faster growth of corals? They provide the necessary substrate for the stability of corals. Corals themselves, they build a calcium carbonate exoskeleton to provide them with the stability. It is that calcium carbonate exoskeleton and the calcium carbonate in nutrient which is also utilized by the zooxanthellae. An absolute lack of calcium carbonate will mean there is nothing for the zooxanthellae population as well. So that is why it is beneficial for both of them. Okay. Now, so that is your biorock technology. Now, as one of you had asked, so cryomesh is a newer technology which is basically cryomesh. Cryo refers to very low temperature. So in a mesh like format of a special substance, you have the coral embryos oftentimes which are preserved, because genetic diversity is also important process in the entire principle of conservation. When you try to conserve a species, it is not as if, for example, think about it, if you want to conserve the tigers of the world, right? Now, the absolute bad strategy would be to conserve only the Royal Bengal tiger, leave all the other ones. Bengal tiger is the one which looks good, so we will save only the Bengal tiger. Rest of the all the tigers, let them go extinct. Because genetic diversity, as we'll study later, is a very important component of ensuring sustainability in the ecosystem. As and when you have different genetics which are present, that is very essential. For example, in the tiger population, you have the Sumatran tiger, you have the Amur tiger, you have the Caspian tiger. So you have various different varieties of tiger population, isn't it? Different genetic diversity. In lion population, African lion, Asiatic lion. So like that, African elephant, Asiatic elephant. So these are different varieties, genetic varieties. Greater the genetic variety of any particular species, greater is the chance of survivability of that species. Because it might happen that a disease might break out. It might happen that the conditions might suddenly change. And it has been happening throughout the history of the planet. Now, in this case, it might be possible that few of the genetics, they are vulnerable to certain conditions, but few of them, they are resistant to the adverse conditions. So while few might die, the others will be able to survive, right? So that is why, in order to maintain the genetic diversity, because it was understood and it had been basically realized that, look, the rate at which in many of the areas the warm water corals, they are dying, and the warm water corals, as they are getting out of existence, it might be a possibility that going ahead into the future, we might not have so many varieties of corals out there. Because here we are studying warm water, cold water, but even in warm water you have a wide variety of coral species, right? So how do we maintain that genetic diversity of the corals? So let's provide a kind of a special technology whereby we can freeze those all the different varieties in their embryonic stage, and we can keep them frozen. And later on, what we can do is, when, let's suppose, in any area diversity is reducing, or in any area there is no coral, let us introduce that diversity later on, so that we can repopulate the region with the coral. So for that purpose, cryomesh as a technology is being used to preserve the genetic diversity of the corals at the very embryonic stage, to be reintroduced at a later point of time. Okay. Now, uh, how much time does it take to repopulate? A few years out there, right? But the full restoration of the entire ecosystem might take almost a decade sometimes. And Munna, zooxanthellae share the relation of mutualism. Then from where these zooxanthellae will come from? The zooxanthellae population, you have these embryos. So think about it, Munna. In this aspect, if you can think about it, if you can use this analogy, a pond which is very dirty, you would have experienced this on your own. A pond is very, very dirty. Let's suppose there are no fishes there. You clean that pond significantly. Within a few days, will you find some or the other fish population breeding up in small quantities there or not? What does your normal perception say? Let's suppose in a city like Bangalore, let's suppose there the most infamous water body of the region is the Belandur Lake, where you have a lot of pollution, hundreds of dead fishes emerge. But once, let's suppose the region has been deprived of life, you clean that region, will there be a repopulation or not? What do you think? There will be. You will find that small species of fishes, they start coming back. So what does happen is, many of these, the for example the fishes, they do lay their eggs. Do lay their eggs preserved in the soil substrate, in the some portion of the water. Similarly, the algal population is also present in various different areas in small quantities. Now, let's suppose the coral is there. Now, immediately the algae will find an absolutely fine and an absolutely favorable situation. That is when it will start to increase its population. At the microbial stage, you will, and in fact, that is the case with almost all the species out there. As and when the species they see a hostile environment around them, they will not repopulate significantly, they will not reproduce. Many of the species don't even reproduce, right? But as soon as the conditions they start turning favorable, that is when the reproductivity starts happening at an increased rate, at a very high rate of and that is when you will have the entire region getting repopulated. So you have some species of algae. So if same is the case with the planktons as well. You would have studied, and I know you have studied the, or at least attended the session of geography. In geography, we had studied that wherever you have upwelling which happens, where lower level water comes to the higher level, phytoplankton population suddenly increases. Where does that phytoplankton come from? Is there an individual sitting on the boat witnessing that, okay, upwelling is happening, let me inject some phytoplankton so that the population gets exploded again? Do you think that is the process? No. It is when the ideal conditions of nutrients and the sunlight is available. That is when the algal population, they will feel the perfectly comfortable, and they will start to reproduce in very large quantities. Right? So that is how in the species case the reproduction process happens. When they think the situation is adverse, they won't multiply. They will be in a self-preserving mode. I hope that is understood. And how many time biorock tech is used in the span of 1 year? Do this happen until coral regrow, or is it a one-time process? It is a one-time process, my dear friend. Think about it. See, corals are not like your plants that you have in your garden or in your drawing room, where they will grow, they will die, again you replant them, maybe they will survive, they won't survive, within a month again they will die. Few of the coral species have been known to live 1,000 years and more. Okay, again I will reiterate. Few of the coral species are known to be living for 1,000 years and more. Some few of them more than 2,000, more than 3,000 years also they have the lifespan. So you cannot have these corals once degraded. You cannot expect them that they will start growing like saplings of your any particular flowering plant. So once in a region you introduce this biorock tech, automatically the natural ecosystem will take over, and those corals will start multiplying. Okay, it is not as if, it is not like a small tray. Just because the image is such, don't think about it that a small tray is kept somewhere in the water, it is dipped. As and when the one coral will grow, I will take it back. Again tomorrow I will insert it here, the day after tomorrow I will insert it here. It is a large area what that we are talking about, where this process is carried out. So that restoration is something which is a one time process. Okay, right? Now, after this, is that understood? Mona Lisa, you had asked this question multiple times, about how many times biotech can be carried out. Okay. Deepika, is this restoration done after reverting to the favorable conditions? Because this restoration may not be fruitful if the conditions, obviously, after the conditions are reverted to their normalcy, only then will you carry out this process of restoration. Okay. Then we come to the biogeochemical cycle. The biogeochemical cycles, these are basically the natural systems of recycling and restoration of nutrients into the ecosystem back again. Because when we talk about the various different types of nutrients, various different types of let's suppose the elements which are present for us and our utilization, like oxygen, carbon dioxide, water, nitrogen, now they are consumed, and then eventually they are returned back to the system and again to be reproduced. And that is how the entire circulation process happens. For example, take the case of water. Now, when you have the water, which is, let's suppose, how do we receive water? With the help of rainfall and precipitation. That is from the atmosphere we get water. Now, once that rainfall has happened in a region, or snowfall or anything, eventually it will lead on into various lakes, rivers will lead into the sea, there will be evaporation leading it back into the atmosphere. So the entire cycle of circulation is completed there, isn't it? So that represents for various different elemental state, when you have the completion of that cycle, that is the biogeochemical cycle. Now, there can be various different ways in which the materials can be recycled back into the nature. Now, it can be a gaseous cycle, it can be a sedimentary cycle. What is the difference between each of them? Whenever we talk about the existence of a gaseous cycle, we are talking about the restoration primarily which happens through the medium of atmosphere. That restoration we are talking about primarily. Okay, so that is why here gaseous cycle talks about where the involvement of atmospheric gases is much higher. So that is the gaseous cycle out there. Here involvement of atmosphere is very high. Atmospheric circulation. Okay, that involvement of atmospheric circulation is high. That is the gaseous cycle. In the case of the sedimentary cycle, there is a significant amount of role to be played by the ground surface in order to ensure the restoration process. So obviously you can think about it wherever you have, let's suppose, when we talk about phosphorus as a mineral, where is phosphorus present naturally to be found into the in the nature, if you talk about, so the bones, our bones, the animal bones that you have, they have good amount of phosphate, right? For example, let's suppose you talk about guano or the bird droppings that you have, they have good amount of phosphate. When you have the, let's suppose, the fecal matter, the excreta, that also has good amount of phosphate. So all this amount of phosphate naturally, and naturally also in certain areas phosphorus will be produced, so this will eventually be returned to the ground, all this phosphate. Now that gets locked into the ground for a very long period of time. Generally what you will observe is that they are carried by the various different river streams, and all these phosphates, they react with oxygen, and thereby they form a solid substance, they get deposited in the rock like structure, and they get trapped in the rocks for a very long period of time. Eventually, due to plate tectonics and other various geographical factors, maybe the rocks get uplifted, and then maybe after thousands of years we get to see that okay, there is a phosphate rock or a rock containing phosphate. We again extract it, we use it in our farmlands, and again that entire so here in that circulation process, a larger role is played by the ground surface. that is your sedimentary cycle. Okay, so when we talk about gaseous and sedimentary cycle, generally gaseous cycles, they are much more efficient, much more efficient. In the sense that here the time taken for the recycling is less, and at the same time, the let's suppose 100 units of any particular element, they are being recycled. So chances are that in the entire recycling process you will get around 98, 99 units back. So there is a greater efficiency in the entire recycling process. So the time taken for recycling is less. Okay, so that is going to be very less, and also greater amount of materials are recirculated. So that is basically the gaseous cycle, or the feature or the property of the gaseous cycle. For example, if you consider the carbon cycle, water cycle, oxygen cycle, nitrogen cycle, in all this recycling, the role of atmosphere is predominant. When we talk about sedimentary cycle, this is not very efficient out there. There, the efficiency is less in the sense that it will take a very large amount of time to get recycled or recirculated. For example, when we talk about the sedimentary cycle, it might happen that an element or a mineral gets trapped in the rocks for maybe thousands of years altogether. So this takes a larger period of time, to add on to the fact that it will also end up having lesser amount of recirculation. So if 100 units are to be recycled, maybe only 50, 55 units they get recycled in one place, maybe 20, 25 units they get dissipated, eventually trapped in the rocks still after a long period of time. So in this case, the efficiency of recycling is less. Takes a longer period of time. Okay, and lesser amount of materials are basically recycled. So again, let me go through the definition, because obviously there seems to be some confusion. Biogeochemical is derived from the term bio, meaning biospherical portion, geo meaning geological components, and chemical meaning the elements that move together through a cycle. That is the biogeochemical cycle. So elements such as nitrogen, sulfur, water, oxygen, phosphorus, how they get recycled. I will show you the example of this as well. Okay. No example of sedimentary cycle can be rock cycle. Absolutely not. Please don't think about this cycle, and wherever you have come across the word cycle, you use that. Please don't do that. Okay, so the wherever you have seen cycle term used anywhere in your life, please don't start incorporating this. This is about the nutrient recharge from the atmosphere. I'll show you the examples. Hold your horses and we'll take a look into that. Rock cycle is definitely not a part of this. Okay, rock cycle can maybe help in restoration of phosphorus, sulfur, etc., but nothing more than that. Now, this biogeochemical cycle and this restoration and the chemical cycling, that forms an important portion of the entire principle of sustainability as well. About how much amount of resources are provided by the ecosystem, how much of it is recharged by the ecosystem, that tells you about the viability and sustainability of the ecosystem in the long run. Let's suppose the rate of utilization of resources is much faster than the rate at which the resources can be recycled, then obviously that means the resources will get depleted, the ecosystem will get impacted. Okay, let's take a look at few of the examples here. When we talk about, let's say in sedimentary cycle there is rocks, yes, fine, fair enough. Please understand, this rock cycle, it is representative of the phosphorus cycle. It helps in that phosphorus cycle. Now let us take a look at the various different biogeochemical cycle. Let us try to have a deeper grasp into it. For example, the water cycle. Now, water cycle is what? When we talk about water cycle, so let's suppose you have the formation of clouds. The clouds will cause rainfall or precipitation. That rainfall or precipitation will be accumulated in the various lakes, in the various rivers, in the various seas and the oceans, and eventually they will be returned back to the uh, atmosphere through evaporation, isn't it? So here you have basically condensation will lead to the formation of clouds. After that, it will cause rainfall. It will basically accumulate here. Okay, from all the places you will have evaporation which is happening from all the various different places. From the trees you will have transpiration which will happen. That will lead to the formation of the clouds as well. That will lead to evaporation, formation of clouds, again occurrence of rainfall, water is returned back to the system. Now think about it. Will this be a process which is going to be fast, or is this a process which is going to take multiple and hundreds of years in order to recycle? What do you think? Abhishek, let me know. Fast, isn't it? Good. Very good. So this is a process which won't take much amount of time. This is the ideal example of your gaseous cycle, the atmospheric cycle out there. Now, let's talk about the carbon cycle. When you talk about carbon cycle, now that is about the restoration of the carbon which is present. Okay, restoration and recharge of the carbon components which are present. So let's suppose you have the atmosphere, or the during our respiration process we give out carbon dioxide. Whenever we carry out respiration, we breathe in, we breathe out. When we breathe out, carbon dioxide is given out. During photosynthesis, carbon dioxide is taken in. This is a simple atmospheric circulation that I'm talking about. There are many other sources of carbon dioxide. There can be the sources such as volcanic eruptions as well. Whenever you have forest fire or any kind of random fire events, there also carbon is released. Whenever you burn fossil fuels, there also carbon is released. So carbon is released from multifarious ways. This is the simplest form that I'm telling you about, that you have different areas from where carbon will be produced, different areas where the carbon will be consumed in the process. It is in that process where the entire carbon will be recycled. And that is what is the carbon cycle overall. So if you take a look at it, basically you will have, by the process of respiration, right? So carbon is released into the atmosphere. By the process of photosynthesis, carbon is absorbed. Then forest fire, deforestation, transportation, all of these, they lead to the release of carbon dioxide. Now, some of that carbon is present in the trees, in the animals. They get fossilized to form coal and petroleum. Now, the trees, they get fossilized to form coal. The marine animals, they get fossilized to form petroleum. Now that is where they get in a way, they get locked in for millions of years to form the fossil fuels. You burn those fossil fuels, again it will release carbon. But that fossil fuel proportion, if you consider the amount of carbon which is present out there into the nature, into the system, not significant proportion is trapped as fossil fuel. So that is not a major chunk of it. So major chunk of it is restored by the atmospheric circulation. So this also forms what is the gaseous cycle. Is it clear up till now, or do you have any doubt whatsoever? Please feel free. Yes, burning, deforestation, all of that. Any doubt that you have? Okay, good. Now, then you have the nitrogen cycle. Nitrogen, recharge of nitrogen. Now, generally, the most abundant gas in our atmosphere is nitrogen. Close to around 78% is enriched with nitrogen itself. Now, that nitrogen which is present in the atmosphere, it is in an inert state, that is N2, right? And N2 is very stable, it doesn't react readily. So unlike carbon and oxygen, which will react readily with the various different rocks, nitrogen doesn't react with the rock. So in the case of carbon and oxygen, they will have that reaction so quickly with the rocks, with the various materials, that there's a consistent attrition from the atmosphere. Consistently they are removed from the atmosphere, fixed to the ground, and the vice versa process also happens. But because nitrogen is non-reactive, its proportion in the atmosphere not only tends to remain consistent, but it is not very reactive with the rocks themselves. So the rocks also don't have any nitrogenous compounds in them, majorly. All the rock types that you see, they are not enriched or very rich in the nitrogenous compounds. So what does that mean is basically, even in fact, one of the implication of this is when later on the rocks they do get weathered and the rocks they do get disintegrated. Now at that stage, when the soil is created, soil will also be poor in nitrogen component or the amount of nitrogen, right? So that is one of the reason why all the soils across the globe, they are poorer in nitrogen. I will repeat it. Because the atmospheric nitrogen is non-reactive, it doesn't react very readily, so it is not able to form many nitrates with the rock surfaces. And it is these rocks, if they are devoid in nitrogen, then obviously when they will disintegrate to form the soil, there also they won't have much amount of nitrogen. Hence the soil is also poorer in terms of nitrogenous content or the amount of nitrogen. Now, then how is it that this nitrogen is recycled? It is still a part of the gaseous cycle, mind you. How is it that this entire process is recycled? So here, if you will observe, nitrogen is also released. How is it produced in the atmosphere? It is also released during the various different anthropogenic events such as burning of fossil fuels in many of the cases, right? From the fertilizers that we utilize, all the fertilizer like urea. Urea is the most extensively used fertilizer out there in the entirety of the world and the entirety of the globe. Now that urea, when you use it in your farmland, it will drain off eventually into through the soil, through the runoff into the water body. So that is again another source of nitrogen that you are providing. So you have various different sources. For example, you also have the process of nitrification and denitrification. I hope we have heard about the term nitrogen fixation sometime or the other in our life earlier, right? Nitrogen fixation, I hope we have heard about the term. Yes, good. So what is that nitrogen fixation? So basically, the nitrogen that you see into the atmosphere, that is not utilizable by the plants in the elemental stage. Plants, they do need nitrogen, but they cannot utilize it in the N2 form, in the gaseous form. So you have certain microbes, right? Various variety of microbes present in the soil. What they do is, on interaction with the atmosphere, they convert that atmospheric nitrogen into ammonium ions. Ammonium ions, NH4 plus. Now those ammonium ions, they can now be absorbed by the root nodules. So that is where you are taking the atmospheric nitrogen, you are converting it into ammonium ions or that state of a compound to be utilized by the plant species. That is where it is said nitrogen from the air is fixed to the ground, nitrogen fixation. This is also the process of nitrification as it is referred to. And the reverse process also exists. You have certain microbes present in the soil which will convert the ammonium ions back into elemental stage nitrogen and release it into the atmosphere. So this is the process, the reverse stage as it is referred to. That is also what is known as denitrification, where the soil is denitrified, where whatever nitrogen was present in the soil is released back into the atmosphere again. Okay, so here observe that when we talk about nitrogen in atmosphere, now that nitrogen in atmosphere can be returned to the ground due to, let's suppose, even when you have the electrical storms, in the sense you have thunder and lightning, for example, that thunder and lightning, and in that condition of charge and high temperature, that nitrogen is automatically fixed to the ground surface. So that is also a methodology by which you can fix the nitrogen, or naturally where nitrogen is returned to the ground. So volcanic activity, electrical storms, all of them, they provide that nitrogen. And eventually denitrification by the bacteria returns the nitrogen back into the atmosphere. Various different methodologies in certain areas, you have the nitrates which are being utilized. Eventually through the biological processes also, they are returned back into the atmosphere. Okay, leguminous plants can fix nitrogen, absolutely yes. Leguminous plants have the root nodules where you can have these particular microbes also, which can be present sometime, and they can fix nitrogen. Good. Nitrogen fixing bacteria. So I hope that aspect of geography is still maintained. Why we talk about fossil fuel carbon emission if that is not significant? It is significant. Where is it not significant? Uh, Marine life like seaweeds must be using carbon dioxide in photosynthesis. No, yes, few of them, not all of them, but few of them, yes. In exams, we have to draw the diagram, yes. Okay. Nitrogen fixation. What is it? Certain microorganisms are capable of fixing atmospheric nitrogen into ammonium ions. Why? And why is it required rather? Because the plants naturally, they cannot take in the atmospheric nitrogen state and they cannot make much use of it. These include free living nitrifying bacteria, that is aerobic azotobacter as well as anaerobic clostridium, and symbiotic nitrifying bacterium species living in association with leguminous plants, and symbiotic bacteria living in non-leguminous root nodule plants as well as blue-green algae. That is the process of nitrogen fixation. Okay. Now, how volcanic activities produce nitrogen? You have various different compounds which do consist of some or the other nitrate present in the deeper portion as well, present in the region of the molten areas of mantle as well, and that is released. That is why nitrogen dioxide is released during volcanic eruption. If you can recall, Hariom, when we studied about the process of evolution of the planet Earth, we talked about the stage which we refer to as the stage of degasification, where through endless amount of volcanic eruption, all the various different gases were released back into the atmosphere. And that is when the atmosphere was changed substantially for the first time. And that included ammonia at that point of time. It is that remnant of ammonia that today's atmosphere you'll find nitrogen. Ammonia is what? NH3. So that ammonia was released because you have various different types of complex compounds, and those compounds, so that is why earlier it was said that nitrogen is a important element along with carbon which can lay the foundation for life. That is why when the astronomers would basically study the various different planets out there, various different other solar systems out there, they would be searching for nitrogen, they would be searching for carbon, right? Even today they carry out the same process, so that they understand that nitrogen and carbon, if they are present in the natural rock system, in the natural rock cycle, they will always be able to support life in the long run. Okay. Now, then comes the phosphorus cycle. It is a very slow process, and it is a process where a lot of phosphorus for a substantial portion is trapped in the rocks themselves. So here, phosphate is produced from what? Phosphate is produced in large quantity from sewage. That is one of the large concentrations of phosphate from the bones, from the bird and the animal droppings, then from industrial discharge also, from mining waste also. All of these, they produce phosphate. Now, all of these are carried by the runoff water. They are carried by the runoff water. And eventually, observe here, even the seabirds, which move over long distances through their droppings in the oceans or the seas, they will continue to, in a way, fertilize the oceanic water with a lot of phosphate, right? And eventually, phosphate gets trapped in the rocks. And that is why phosphatic rocks are not present in abundant quantity out there. That is why phosphate is one of the minerals that you won't find very readily available in different parts of the world. And let me have the general analysis, that how many of us are aware, okay, of which is the particular continent where you can have substantial amount of phosphatic rocks to be present? Are we aware of that? This cycle is important for examination. Absolutely, yes. Africa has got some amount of phosphate, yes, but then South America. South America has got substantial amount, large amount of phosphate, and that is why, which is extractable. Phosphate is present almost in all the continents out there, extractable in an economically viable form. That is why India is seeking to bolster its relationship with many of the countries of South America as well. Yes, even in the portion of North Africa, there also you will find them. But in South Africa, you have large ores which are still unexplored, which have recently been found, and that is one of the one of the reasons why India is having an outreach towards those South American nations. Just try to analyze this portion of geopolitics, and you will understand that. Okay, so that is basically the phosphorus cycle. Now, African continent has got any and every mineral that you can think about. Africa has got that. Okay, now we come to the sulfur cycle. Now, in the case of the sulfur cycle, now this is what is a part which is referred to as a sedimentary cycle, even though significant portion of it or some portion of it utilizes the atmospheric circulation, but still you will have a substantial role played by the sedimentary process, and hence it is the sedimentary cycle here. Okay, now, basically, what you will observe here, how is it that sulfur is produced? So, sulfur produced through volcanic eruptions. Now, significant amount of elemental sulfur is extracted from the volcanic vents. When? Whenever you have a volcanic eruption. So, in the region of Indonesia, in the certain regions of Africa as well, the extraction in South America as well, extraction of pure sulfur is carried out from the mouths of the active volcanoes almost. Okay, so that is where the materials, as they try to come out and they solidify, that is where a pure material of sulfur is extracted. Many people lose their lives in the process as well. It is one of the most strenuous professions that you can carry out. But then that is how sulfur is extracted in large quantities. So sulfur is produced through volcanic eruptions, many of the times burning of fossil fuels. So sulfate is present in the fossil fuels as well. Volcanic eruption releases sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere as well. So different ways, when you burn biomass, there also some amount of sulfur is produced. So sulfur is produced by various mechanisms. One of the very interesting mechanism which is in news recently is basically dimethyl sulfide. It is a byproduct of microorganisms that you generally find in the oceans. That dimethyl sulfide DMS or dimethyl sulfide is a gaseous compound. It is released in the normal life cycle of these bacterium, the small microorganisms. Now, why this is in news nowadays, I'll just give you a context. I'm sure many of you would have read that news story as well. Recently, while the astronomers were basically exploring the various different parts of the universe, eh, many millions of light years away, they came across a particular planet, much larger than planet Earth itself, where they detected the presence of DMS or dimethyl sulfide. And that planet is expected to consist of only water, like oceanic area, and the presence of DMS could indicate the presence of microbial life population. So that is why DMS is one of the key indicators to give you an idea about whether there is life which is present underneath the oceanic water or not. Okay, so these are the various mechanisms by which sulfur is produced and released into the atmosphere. Then many of the times the wind carries the sulfur, basically the gas which is present, it reacts with various materials, forms a solid substrate, or with the due to or during the acid rain events, it is returned back to the system again or returned back to the ground again. And that is how the entire recycling process does happen or takes place. Okay, so that is how you can go for the sulfur. Please understand, when these kind of cycles are asked in the examination, you don't need to draw a complex 3D diagram like this. For example, in those cases, simple, the recycling or the sinks. What are sinks? The region where they are absorbed, they are known as sink. Okay, so when a biogeochemical cycle is asked in the examination, let's suppose you talk about phosphorus, the phosphorus cycle, let's suppose. So in that, the phosphate is produced from which portion? The phosphate is produced from, let's suppose, the animal sewage or sewage, right? Or bird dropping, then bones. Now, after this, the ground, right? Trapped in the rocks. Like that, you can draw a basic diagram of how it is carried out. The rocks, they get trapped for a longer period of time, and then some of it is returned back or is weathered. By the weathering events, again, that phosphate is made available to the plants will grow, and like that the cycle you can draw. So in a very simplified form, you can draw the cycle. Okay, now after that, we come to the topic of pollution. Pollution. Now, for this, I always maintain that there will be certain advantage in this case, in the sense that for us Indians, we don't need to study significant number of books to understand what the problem of pollution is. All that we need to do is open up our doors, open up our windows, have a look outside. We'll be able to figure out all the various varieties of pollution that do exist around us. So when we talk about pollution, pollution is what? Any unwanted addition which is out there, that is referred to as pollution. Any unwanted addition. Unwanted addition in water, water pollution. Unwanted addition in air, air pollution. Unwanted addition in ground, soil pollution. Unwanted addition in lower portions of the ground, greater depths of the ground, land pollution. Unwanted addition to your ears, right? Noise pollution. Because it might happen, for example, you might be very comfortable listening to music, but you, let's suppose, instead of some music, you are being forced to go through factors such as urban heat island, albedo, tropical cyclone. It might appear to be a noise pollution for you, right? It is an unwanted sound out there. So that is where anything which is unwanted, that is pollution. As simple as that. So here what we will do is we are going to talk about air pollution, then eventually water and land pollution, and then eventually noise pollution. And along with that, we'll take a look at the various different conventions and the protocols which are relevant for these particular areas. Right now, in this module, we will be covering the portion of air pollution. And that portion of air pollution that we will cover, after that, we will also be covering about the ozone layer, the ozone hole. We will be talking about the Air Act of 1981. We'll be talking about CPCB. We'll be talking about air quality index measurement. We'll be talking about the other government initiatives to combat air pollution. Then we will be talking about Montreal Protocol, Kigali Amendment to Montreal Protocol. All of that we shall be talking about. We will be having the conversation about the various different issues that will impact the air. When we similarly move to water and land pollution, there we'll be holding the discussion for the Rotterdam convention, the Stockholm convention, the Basel convention. All those conventions we will be talking there itself. I would also suggest to you that when you are studying these topics, there itself study the portion of the current affairs and be done with that. Okay, so that you are able to interrelate. Okay, interrelation is the most important part in your civil services preparation. Please understand, guys. Civil services preparation is different from the other modes or other examinations that you have appeared in this very regard. The moment that you are able to interrelate, first of all, interrelation between topics will happen, and then eventually interrelation between subjects will happen. Then eventual interrelation is what you have studied with your day-to-day life and your experiences. Once you are able to interrelate at these levels, then you will be a candidate who will be unmatchable. Your candidature will never be put into question, be it in the interview, be it in the mains examination. In the interview process, in fact, that is the kind of candidates they like. In the mains examination, the questions that are asked, if you have seen the questions which have been asked this year, that is something which will make you extremely happy. The ability to interrelate, for example, in the subject of geography, you had a direct question: what was the geographical contribution for ancient India? So interrelation of the subjects. So the moment that you start interrelating it, your process will be very, very easy. Okay, now here we come to the portion of air pollution. We start with the portion that when we talk about the air around us, the atmosphere around us. Now, atmosphere has got various different gases. Any unwanted addition to it is called as air pollution. Now, air pollution is of two types. Broader classification can be considered to be of two types. One type is the outdoor pollution. Other type is indoor pollution. Okay, outdoor and indoor pollution. So both of these we are aware of. Something happening outside in the environment, that is outdoor. Something happening within the walls of your home or in the working space, working environment, in a closed condition, that is the indoor air pollution. Now, when we talk about the sources of air pollution, first of all, let us talk only about the outdoor pollution here. So, when you talk about the various different sources which do cause pollution in the outside, significant amount of causes you can think about. For example, when you talk about the power plants, one of the major causes of pollution, not all the power plants, the thermal power plants in general. Now in India, majority of the power which is produced, that is produced by the thermal power plants. And majority of the thermal power plants, they run on burning of which fuel? Coal. Coal is burnt. Now, in many of the older power plants, the older technology never talked about filtration of the smoke. The smoke which is emitted, do you need to filter it out or not? That was never talked about. right? So in many of the older power plants, you had the mechanism where after the coal would be burnt, it would be released into the atmosphere directly. The materials would be released. Now that would cause a lot of pollution out there. That would cause significant amounts of the black smoke, which would be very familiar. You would be familiar with that huge plumes of black smoke rising up the brick kilns, rising up the industries. Now that would consist of all the various different types of pollutants. So nowadays, you have the filtration systems which have come in, which have been made mandatory in certain areas to reduce that events. Now, power plants, they will generally end up releasing gases and many of the heavy gases as well. Because please understand, coal is a natural mineral that you find deep within the rocks. Now that means coal will can have the traces of silicates, alumina, various different types of materials that you can think about. Coal can have the presence of them. So when you burn coal, it can absolutely be possible that heavy materials are released into the atmosphere, right? So that is how you have the pollution outside which is created. Now, construction and road dust, significant contributor. How? So construction activity in a country whose population is booming, in a country whose economy is expanding, construction is carried out, right? Almost throughout the year in different parts of the country, construction activity is carried out. Now, India is a tropical country. Now, significant proportion of the country which experiences very dry conditions throughout the year. Rainfall is restricted to 3 to 4 months of the year. But for the larger proportion of the year, larger time of the year, the condition is dry. Now, let's suppose the condition becomes very dry. What will happen to the soil? The soil also becomes very dry. Materials which should ideally be trapped by the soil, now those particles, they get very dry, so they can easily be lifted up in the air. The dust particles, they prevail in the atmosphere for a very long period of time. They can be inhaled by us as well. They can impact the various different plant systems as well by depositing themselves on the leaves of the plants. They can basically slow down the rate at which photosynthesis is carried out, the rate at which the gaseous exchange is carried out. So that is the one of the reason, being the locational factor and the climatic factor that India experiences, the presence of dust particles is significantly higher. Now, dust particles they are very small solid pollutants in a way, which can remain suspended into the atmosphere. That is how they will impact us, isn't it? Now, here, when we talk about these dust particles or any of these solid pollutants, now they are also regarded as what we term as particulate matter. Particulate, that is derived from the term particle, right? So, particulate matter. This is PM 2.5. These are the various different types of it: PM5, PM10. Okay, this represents the size. PM 2.5, for example, represents the size, which is how much? 2.5 here represents what? What size? Let me see. Are we aware of this? Very good. So, 2.5 here represents microns or micrometers. Okay, so this is here the size of the particle will be 2.5 microns, or simply 2.5 micrometers. Now, if you think about it, PM 2.5, PM5, and PM10, out of all three of them, which is the most dangerous one? 10, 5, or 2.5? Which will be the most dangerous out of these three? Beautiful. It is 2.5 which is the most dangerous, because PM5 sometimes, PM10 10 sometimes, they can be trapped by the mucosa layer that you have in our respiratory tract, and they are not allowed to go to the lungs. right? But 2.5 is so very small, and 10 and PM5, you have the various different ways in which it doesn't enter your respiratory tract. But when we say PM 2.5, these are so very small, these can very easily be inhaled by us. We don't even realize that. And once they are inhaled by us, they can enter into the lung system, and they can then cause the puncture of the lung as well. Okay, so they can cause various different diseases as a result of this. So that is where basically respiratory illnesses, they can be caused by this. Now, that is one of the methodologies, or one of the ways in which that pollution spreads into the air. Then you have the emissions which are carried out. Which emissions are we talking about? So emissions through the transportation emissions that we have. Transportation sector has always been one of the large emitters of the various different pollutants, because burning of fossil fuel, you will find many of the various different let's suppose in various parts of our country, whether we belong from north, whether we belong from south, east, or west, regardless of what the politicians tell us, one thing which unites us all is our ability to pollute. And that ability to pollute is basically present in all parts of the country innately. That is something that we have inherited, and we have managed to pollute quite significantly almost all the various different cities that you live in, that you will find the same level, almost significant amount of pollution. Now, in many of these urban areas, semi urban areas, you will find various different vehicles which should be kept in the museum. That is how old they are. Some of the trucks, buses run by the state transportation, where if you take a look at how the buses are operating, you'll be left wondering that why and how is it possible that it is simply not crumbling and falling on the ground. How is this bus still able to move? That is how old the buses are. But still they will operate, still they will move. Now, the amount of smoke that they will emit, that is thicker than the densest of the clouds that the monsoonal rains have to offer. But that is how it operates, that is how it functions. And that is again a source of pollution. Now, how is that caused? That is created by burning of the fossil fuels, right? The various different fossil fuels that we have, we burn them. And obviously technology has come a far distance. Technology has basically now has got the ability in such a way that whatever you burn, you can filter it all out, and only almost cleaner gas will be released. But then for that, you will need to buy newer vehicles. For newer vehicles, there are a lot of various different compulsions out there. So that is where we are very comfortable with the transportation system that we have, with the pollution system that we have. But please understand, transportation accounts for almost close to around one third of the overall source of pollution that you find in the atmosphere. Okay, so transportation sector is a big one, a big contributor of pollution. So what is required to be done? We'll talk about the measures as well. We'll talk about the measures to remove this pollution as well. Obviously technology is one of them, alternate fuel, hydrogen tech is one of them. But one of the methods is, now take the example of the city of Singapore, for example. Now Singapore has got a significantly high population density, but there the number of vehicles that you see on the road will be much less as compared to your Delhi, Bangalore. Take the case of Bangalore, one of the most famous cities in the country when it comes to traffic management, right? People, they spend on an average around 1 to 2 hours in the traffic jams almost on a daily basis. And when you are stuck in a traffic jam, obviously a lot of pollution will be released, right? Noise pollution will also be released due to honking. Honking is one of our favorite pastimes out there. Then also the burning of the fossil fuel is being carried out continuously. But take the case of Singapore. It doesn't have those many vehicles on the road. Why? Don't the people there need to move from one region to another? They do. So design the city accordingly. Make the public systems of transportation so efficient that people are encouraged to use the public system or public mode of transport. Okay, in that case, automatically this amount of pollution will start coming down. Okay, so there are various different ways in which we can achieve that. Biomass burning, this is again something surprisingly is something that you will observe. Vehicle tax very high. Vehicle tax in many of the states, Saloni, is already very high. Take a look at the vehicle tax or the RTO tax that is given by states like Karnataka. Now, in that case, if you further hike the vehicle tax, the various automobile sectors and the automobile industries, they will simply stand up and revolt it. So, this is done in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. There you are correct that there the registration tax in itself is so very high, and registration numbers, they are released by lottery system. So only if you win the registration lottery, only then you can go and buy a new vehicle. But in that case, we cannot implement this in a country like India, where the entire automobile sector is set up on the factor that there are large number of people entering into the middle class, and they will be buying the vehicles, and that automobile sector is a job generating one. So we cannot have that. We need to seek other alternatives. Okay, coming to the biomass burning. Now, when we talk about biomass burning, so let's suppose, and here again, regardless of whether you are from the northernmost, the southernmost, the easternmost, or the westernmost part of the country, or the uh, bang in the center of the country, wherever you are, you would have observed this. People, when they basically they accumulate the waste, they clean their area. Everyone wants their vicinity to be clean. Every morning you will observe many people cleaning their vicinity. And what do? They accumulate the waste very in a very subtle manner to somewhere in the periphery, somewhere outside their limits. So that my limit is clean, regardless of what happens to the neighbor, regardless of what happens to the other person. I don't give a damn, but my area is clean. Now grasses, leaves, twigs, all of that, in the case of farmland, stubble burning also. So you accumulate all the waste and you put fire to it. There's a strange fascination with fire. We like burning things. Whenever you carry out any of the mass events, some or the other thing is burnt, right? So burning happens. When you burn that, where will the materials go? They will go up into the atmosphere, right? We think about it that okay, the materials have gone up, now I cannot inhale the smoke, so no problem of air pollution. But that material sustains itself for a long period of time into the atmosphere. If you go to the region, many of you belonging from Delhi, and many of you would be living in Delhi now, those ideal prime months for Delhi is coming ahead, where for the next 3 months, all the news channels, all the politicians, all the judiciary will be talking only about Delhi NCR. The months of October, November is coming, where suddenly everybody will become so active that they will think about solving the problem of pollution of Delhi within next 2 to 3 days, and again they will sleep for the next year. So in Delhi, when you sometimes when you wake up early in the winter morning, you observe that the amount of pollution load is very high. You observe the shopkeepers as they are trying to open up their shops. They will clean all the garbage around, right? And what they do, they put fire to it, right? The gardeners from the various different areas, they will carry out all the various different cut grass, twigs, leaves, dead leaves, etc. They put fire to it, and while they burn it off, they will complain to you, the pollution, the problem of pollution in Delhi is so bad, the government is not doing anything at all. Now they don't even realize that what they are doing is carrying the problem of pollution. When we talk about the problem of pollution, the major problem in our country is that we don't realize who is carrying out that pollution. We think about it that the other person's vehicle is carrying out the pollution, regardless of what my vehicle is doing. So that is where the problem gets exaggerated. Whenever you burn biomass, you release not only gases such as benzene, sometimes methane, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, but you also release lot of particulate matter. One of those is basically black carbon, partially burnt carbon, partially unburnt carbon, that you will also have from the emissions and the transportation sector. So that black carbon you would also have seen either in the case of oil lamps. If you have seen, now many of you would have never seen the oil lamps, but I'm sure many of you would have seen what the oil lamps are, where with the help of the kerosene oil you burn the twig, and that gives off light, right? So in that oil lamp, if you look at the glass, on the top of the glass, it has got a blackish settlement, black dust kind of thing settles down. So that is your black carbon. Or leave that oil lamp. Think about any automobile, uh, uh, kind of a scooter, motorbike, any of these that you have. From your exhaust, after the exhaust has cooled down, run your fingers around the exhaust. Again, you will have black deposits around your finger. Now, what is that? That is basically, again, black carbon. Now, that black carbon, when it gets released, it deposits itself, it settles itself. After a few days, it will settle itself. But the being black or dark in color, it will absorb always greater amount of heat, and that will lead to excessive amount of heating of the region. In fact, we many of the times we don't realize the potential that we have we have such a significant amount of untapped potential, that we in India, we have managed to release so much amount of black carbon that for 65 million years planet has been trying to form the Himalayas, trying to form the snow on the Himalayas. We have managed to deposit black carbon on the Himalayas now, right? All the snow and all the ice for which Himalayas is known for, now that has got black carbon deposit on that. Where does that black carbon come from? From all the various cities that we have across the northern plains and the hills. Now that black carbon is deposited on the Himalayas. Now, what happens as a result of that? Increased heating. When you heat up the ice and snow, what will happen? Increased melting. When increased melting will happen, what results into that? Flooding. So that is how the impact of pollution is much more long lasting than what you can even think of. Now, industries, we have already talked about open waste burning. Well, that is again something that is a major cause of that pollution. Now, not only that, you have the various different methodologies or the sources of indoor air pollution as well. Now, when we talk about indoor air pollution, obviously the one which is carried out in the interior, the insides of our houses. Now, wherever we have very poor ventilation system, that is where this is very prominent. So, what are the various sources of indoor air pollution? So, smoking, one of them, okay, various different heavy contaminants, heavy pollutants, they are released during the smoking process. Whenever we have high people density and not properly ventilated, poor ventilation, that also releases a lot of pollutant. Then cooking is also pollution, not in the sense the food that you cook, that is not a pollutant, but think about, unless and until you are cooking very bad food, that might be considered as a pollutant. But other than that, let's suppose the source of fuel for cooking purposes, let's suppose you are using wood, right? Let's suppose in many parts of our country still coal is used. So when you are using those materials for cooking purposes, so that will release a lot of various different gases. That is why the provision of gas cylinders is very much essential, is very much required, so as to have a cleaner cooking fuel available, so that, especially in order to attain gender equality, where in majority of our households, Indian households, cooking is something which is always rendered to be the work of the woman. Sad, that is the sad scenario, but that is a reality, that in majority of our households, it is the woman's work which is thought to be that it is their work to cook any kind of food or any kind of material which is there. Now, what that means is you have half of your population who is exposed to that amount of smoke, right? So smoke which is trapped in the small four walls of the kitchen. So that is where it has got a significant amount of health issues also which arise from them. Then, freshly painted rooms. When we talk about the freshly painted rooms, now many of the paints they utilize the uh, materials or elements such as lead. Now, lead is something which can eventually end up in our body through various different mechanism. And also, you when you freshly paint a particular room, there are various different gases such as, or various different volatile compounds such as, let's suppose you talk about formaldehyde, toluene, etc., which is also released. Now when that is inhaled, it causes significant amount of damage. Lead causes neurological damage, especially in the young ones and the older population. So that is how these are the various sources. Scented items. Then, when you have the scented items, let's suppose you have in many of the room sprays that you have, the air fresheners that you have, for which you look at all the beautiful ads that are created on the television. Now, all these, when you spray it in your room, it has got various different chemicals which are released, like formaldehyde. So they are released directly, and that is a source of pollutant. Now, during the time of COVID pandemic, the disinfectant was very famous. Everybody would spray that disinfectant almost anywhere and everywhere. Now, that also has got the various different gases which can stay in the atmosphere for a long time. Then, when we talk about the pet dander, what is pet dander here? So, the pets, when you own a pet, now those pets they go for a regular de-shedding exercise or process, where their some or the other parts of the hair, etc., they keep on falling off. Now the smaller particles they suspend themselves into the air itself, and when they are inhaled, they start depositing themselves in the respiratory tract, forming various issues such as bronchitis, asthmatic issues, and so on. So these are the various different sources of the indoor air pollution. But when we talk about the indoor air pollution, you have major gases which are released, different types of gases which are released. Few of the gases are here, if you consider formaldehyde, right? Benzene, toluene. These are few of the major gases that are introduced. So formaldehyde, carcinogenic. Carcinogenic means can cause cancer, and present in large amount in the various household products, the sprays that you have. Benzene, it is also carcinogenic, can cause cancer, evaporates into the air quickly, and can contaminate the food and the water that you consume. So tobacco smoke, fuel, exhaust from car, all of that releases benzene. Toluene, paints, glues, adhesives, disinfectants, all of them release that significant amount of toluene. Okay, so that is basically the source of the indoor air pollution that you have. Now it might be possible out there when you go into the exam hall, if a question is asked about the impact of, let's suppose, the air pollution, it might happen you might have forgotten what is the immediate impact of air pollution on health. So always remember, air pollution will have an impact in your respiratory tract, right? Cardiovascular diseases, sometimes stroke, or cancer. Okay. So, in any of the cases of pollution, if you forget what to write, write cancer. Some or the other form of cancer causing in the long run will be there. Not to demean any of the disease, not to take them any of them lightly, not to offend anyone out there, not to hurt or harm any of the sentiments out there. After attaching all these caveats, this is just a kind of a shortcut that I'm giving to you. Rather than learning that this will cause stroke, this will cause asthma, this will cause bronchitis, this will cause that particular issue, just understand air pollution, respiratory illness, cardiovascular disease, stroke, or cancer. Okay. Now, after this, we come to the portion of the primary and secondary pollutants. But before that, we'll take a break. And yes, Prachi, even cow dung, when you burn that, that will also release some amount of substantial amount of gas. Okay. Now, that means every individual living in pollution, at least we all are, yes, we all are blessed enough, we all are fortunate enough to be living in the times where we get to inhale carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, sulfur dioxide, etc. on a regular basis, especially in developing nations. As we grow up, this is a part and parcel of our lives. Yes, there are many parts of the world where people don't get the opportunity to inhale the polluted air, but we in India, we have got that golden opportunity. uh, then uh, this means we need to polish mentality of people to get the ride from get rid of the biomass burning. Not only to get rid of the biomass burning, you need to have the variation in mentality for various different issues, right? Even for transportation sector. Now, for example, many of the people, they take an offense, especially if you go to certain of the metropolitan cities. I won't take the name of the metropolitan cities, otherwise people get offended. But let's take the name of Delhi here. Now, many people in Delhi, you will find that they will have 2 to 3 vehicles in each household. Different members will use different vehicles. They will never take the public transportation because it goes against the prestige. That what will it appear to look like to say that those people are using the metro rail? Better to have different cars for all of them. So that is where the mentality change required is very, very high, not only for biomass burning, but in general what we are doing to the planet. We think about it that outside, if we immediately outside our gate, it is the matter of the government, it is not our matter, right? When it comes to cleanliness, for all the other things, we think that even something which is happening in the farmost corner of the country, that is our matter. But for cleanliness, we are not concerned. So a lot of awareness needs to be done. So in all the various solutions to pollution that you are going to provide, this is going to be a major factor. Okay. And I don't think controlling air pollutant is possible. I like the optimism, so to say, in this statement. But it is absolutely possible, my dear friend. It is absolutely possible where various different societies, various different countries, they have done so. So there is no reason why we cannot do so, but it is absolutely possible. Deepika, why are cigarettes not banned even after we know that they release carcinogens? They are made costly, but they are still available. What about people who want to get those carcinogens, right? So for them, you cannot impose a blanket ban for all, can you? And think about the amount of revenues that the governments earn. So that is where it is one of those evils which, think about it, why isn't the fossil fuel banned? We do know the fossil fuels release so much amount of gases, it can destroy anything and everything that we care about out into the environment. Why don't we ban the fossil fuel? It is made costly, but it is still available to us. The same reason applies there as well. Okay. So let's take a break and let's be see. Cigarette supports life right to death. So you have many advocates here as well. So that is where banning these things will be very difficult. So let's take a break now, and we'll be back in 10 minutes or by 8. Okay, we'll be back at 8. Okay. A confirmation about the audio, please, if the audio is clear and available. Okay. What are the global consequences of air pollution, such as its impact on climate change and ecosystem, and what international efforts are being made to address these issues? Global consequences are many. Slowly and steadily, as we come across, even to so there are health concerns as well. Slowly and steadily, as we move ahead and as we move along, even into the areas of, let's suppose, we talk about the climate change, you will come to understand the various different impacts of air pollution. As of now, just listing them, that is a futile exercise, basically, because we will be talking about those particular aspects that you know already, rather than going into the basics of many of the other problems. So let's move. So please understand, health issues is something that we all are aware of, that the various different gases, they cause health pollution. Now, health issues. Now we talk about the photochemical smog as well, acid rain as well. You have various different, ozone hole depletion also is carried out by the air pollutants. So let us cover all of them slowly, and slowly you will be aware of that. Okay. Now, uh, is there any solution for pollution, like awareness program, government policies? Yes, there is. The government policies are there. You have the Air Act of 1981, which was passed. You had the Central Pollution Control Board, which was established in 19 uh, as per the regulations of the Water Act 1974. So you have the various different government legislations which have been put into place. You have various different even when we talk about the Kyoto Protocol, you talk about the Paris Agreement, they also talk about the limiting the amount of greenhouse gases that you release into the atmosphere. When you talk about the Montreal Protocol, when you talk about the Kigali Amendment, it also limits the type of gases that you can release into the atmosphere. So, yes, you have the various different global arrangements, government policies, international organizations, all of them, they come together. Okay. Yes, Vehicle Act, Motor Vehicles Act is also there. Vehicle scrappage policy is also there. We'll come to graded response action plan is there. You have multiple different acts. Biofuel Alliance is one of them. Yes. Okay. Right. Is it the fact that we are causing more pollution by country lighting diyas on Diwali? No, diyas. See, the Diwali pollution majorly is caused by the various different firecrackers that you burn. The diyas that you burn, that releases some amount of volatile organic compounds such as benzene, because most of them, they are oil ones. So that creates, that benzene is released in significant proportion, but that proportion, the amount of benzene which will be released, that is in a way much lower as compared to the number of firecrackers that you burn. Firecrackers, two or three of them, if you will burn, it will be more than sufficient to counter as many diyas as you can light up in that vicinity. So, firecrackers are the cause of concern. Now, here we talk about the primary and secondary pollutants. First of all, what are they? What do we understand when we talk about primary pollutants, and what do we understand when we talk about secondary pollutants? So both of them, they are air pollutants, but the minor difference is, primary pollutants are released directly by the atmosphere, right? Or directly into the atmosphere, rather, by the sources of pollution. I will repeat again. Primary pollutants are released directly into the atmosphere by the source of pollution. For example, the vehicles. For example, the industrial emissions. For example, let's suppose the burning of biomass. Now, they will release the pollutants directly into the atmosphere. So, that is primary. Then, what is secondary? Some of the pollutants, they stay in the atmosphere for some period of time, for a prolonged duration, and then they start to integrate, or in a way react with each other, forming another complex compound at the end of it. That is a secondary pollutant. Okay, so primary, they are the ones, when we talk about primary pollutants released directly from the sources of pollution. Example, CO2, NO2, let's suppose even benzene, particulate matter, right? Secondary is what? So, the existent pollutants into the atmosphere, when they stay there for some time, they can react or interact with each other to form a very different compound altogether. And that forms the secondary pollutant. So, these are basically resultant of the reaction carried amongst the primary pollutants. Right? Example, H2SO4, HNO3, right? So these are nitric acid, sulfuric acid, even ozone. Here we are talking about ground level ozone. Ozone that is produced at the ground level, at the bottom of the troposphere. So this is the ground level ozone. So these are basically the primary and secondary air pollutants that we have. So primary pollutants, again, directly from the source, and secondary, when we talk about it, these are the ones where the existing pollutants, they will react, interact with each other to form a newer compound, which also serves as a point of pollution. Example, ground level ozone. So this is basically the impact of health that the air pollution does cause or does create across the various parts of the planet. Overall, if you think and take a look into it, in the region of Southeast Asia alone, close to over 2 million people are impacted every year due to the impact of or the causation of the air pollution. So that is huge. It mostly will cause a stroke, a heart disease, or a cardiovascular issue, or respiratory illnesses, bronchitis, the asthma, and so on. So that is what the issues of air pollution they end up causing. Now, here, when we talk about the principal air pollutants, the major air pollutants that you have, while you have many, if you consider the list of them, the list is endless. Any unwanted addition to the air is a pollutant. But then the chief of them, the major of them, carbon compounds. Carbon compounds here consist of carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, methane, right? So these are even benzenes, etc. They are also carbon compound. Benzene, formaldehyde, these are also carbon compounds, right? Now, all these, they are released from various different sources. For example, whenever you burn fossil fuel or any organic matter, it will release carbon dioxide. Some portion which is partially burnt will always release carbon monoxide. Complete combustion will lead to release of carbon dioxide. Incomplete combustion will lead to creation of particulate matter as well as the release of carbon monoxide. Methane. Methane is released in any organic process. The byproduct is methane. Even in our body system, in our digestive tract also methane is released. In the cases of, let's suppose, but in our digestive tract, methane is not released in such large quantities. But let's suppose when you consider cows, buffaloes, now, in their cases, methane is released in very large quantities, right? When they carry out their digestive processes and what is referred to as chewing the cud. Now, that is where the enteric fermentation goes on in their body itself, and lot of methane is released. Whenever you go for any of the animals who die, you would also have come across the situation where you would have seen it in videos or images. So basically, you would have seen certain animals washed up ashore. In the case of the sea, many of the various different varieties of fishes, large fishes, where you have certain cases of sharks, dolphins, and whales, they die and they get washed up ashore. After some time, you will see the body starts to bloat, it starts to inflate, and it can burst as well. That is what methane starts getting produced as the various different organic processes they carry out in our body, the decomposition process, whenever it is carried out. So that is something observed in almost all the organisms. So methane is produced. So that is how the carbon compound. So natural sources are also there. Anthropogenical sources are also there. Anthropogenical sources basically refer to what? They refer to human induced factors, the human caused factors. Those are the anthropogenic sources, right? Then you have sulfur compounds. Now, sulfur compounds, that is, for example, if you consider SO2. Now, here also, both natural as well as anthropogenic sources can be thought about. What are the natural sources here? Natural sources, basically, let's say volcanic eruption, right? The DMS that we talked about, dimethyl sulfide produced by the bacterial or the microbial species. Now, these are your natural sources for production of sulfur. But major amount of sulfur is released as a result of the anthropogenic processes. So you have the thermal power plants, you have the industries, they will also produce substantial amount of sulfur as a result. So all of them. So thermal power plant, especially the coal based, right? So that is what will release sulfur compounds. Now then, nitrogen oxides. Now, nitrogen oxides again are released from automobiles, power plant operation, industries, and even the agricultural activities will also end up releasing the, due to the process of denitrification, etc. That also sometimes does release nitrogen oxide, nitrogen dioxide back into the atmosphere. Ozone, the ground ozone, is created due to the human activity. It is mostly considered to be a kind of a secondary pollutant, where anthropogenic activities they end up leading into the formation of this ozone. Then you have the fluorocarbons, that is basically from the various different coolants, various different refrigerants, sprays, as well as the fire extinguishers, and you have particulate matter of various different types, out of which PM 2.5 is the more dangerous one. So here you have PM 2.5, PM5, and PM10. Now, then, here is a list of the sources, the pollutants, and the health issues. Rather than by hearting and learning each one of them, just catch the larger trend, okay? And that is sufficient. PM here, again, I will refer to it, I will write it here. That means particulate matter. Derived from the particles that are so small that they can stay up into the atmosphere itself. That is what it is. Particulate matter. Okay. Now, you have the various different pollutant sources, and the issues that they end up creating. Now, please don't learn all of the various issues. Just take a look at the broader trend analysis. This should be a kind of your revision source at the time of your examination before prelims, and that is its purpose. Now, something which is relevant both for your prelims as well as for your mains examination, where UPSC has asked questions from this previously in the mains examination as well, and that is basically ground ozone and smog. Now, this is, let me write it here, relevant for prelims as well as mains. Now, ozone. What is ozone? Ozone is a compound of oxygen, right? Simple elemental form of oxygen. But rather than the normal elemental form that we see or that we breathe in, ozone is where you have three atoms of oxygen in a molecule, right? That is your ozone, O3. Right? Now, this particular amount of ozone or O3 generally is present in the region of stratosphere. It is in the stratosphere where that ozone filters out the ultraviolet rays emitted by the sun. And that is where on the planet, the biosphere is protected from the ultraviolet rays of the sun. So that is the one, the ozone that you find in the stratosphere, that is what forms the ozonosphere or the ozone layer. And that is referred to as a good ozone, because in a way it is stopping those ultraviolet rays of the sun from reaching the planet. So it is a good ozone. But then that is present at a very high altitude, around 20 to 50 kilometers from the ground surface. That is not something that we interact with on a daily basis. But on the ground surface, due to various primary pollutants reacting with each other under certain conditions, ozone is also produced on the ground surface. And that becomes a major source of concern. That becomes a major pollutant of concern. As you can see, ozone is a pollutant which can cause breathing difficulty, asthma, cold, pneumonia, and these issues. So the ground level ozone is what is also referred to as the bad ozone, because it is causing damage to us. Now, what is that? And what does that lead to? So ground level ozone is created because of the reactions initiated by the primary pollutants. Which primary pollutants are we talking about? We are talking about nitrogen compounds, nitrogen oxides. We are talking about volatile organic compounds. VOC, right? Now, nitrogen oxides basically N2O, NO2, etc. So that is where it is referred to as NOx. Okay. Now, these nitrogen compounds are released from where? These can be released from industries. These can be released from automobiles, right? Vehicles. Now, these are released into the atmosphere. These are present and prevalent in the atmosphere. Once they are released into the atmosphere, then they will be reacting with the volatile organic compounds. What do we mean by volatile organic compounds? Any of us amongst us, the doyens of chemistry? What do we mean by volatile? Non-stable. Very good. Beautiful. Readily react. Okay. I like this. Vaporize at a lower temperature themselves. Very good. Something like a petrol. Ethers. Beautiful. Organic carbon compounds. Highly reactive. Reacting at fast speed. Acetone, benzene. Good. This is something which makes me very, very happy. When I see people giving the responses much more than what the expectation is. Generally, as a teacher, you tend to lower your expectation over a period of time. But this is where it is a kind of a good surprise, a nice thing to come across. So, what is volatile organic compound? For all of us who have been fortunate enough not to be exposed to these issues of chemistry, and for all of the other people amongst us who, for us, the life has been beautiful till now without getting exposed to aldehydes, ketones, etc. So this is for all of those guys. So that is when we talk about various different compounds. Now you have certain compounds which are very reactive, which will react very quickly, very suddenly whenever exposed to outside situations, even the regular ambient temperature, they will be very reactive. Immediately, they will tend to change their state, they will tend to change their form, they will tend to add on more different elements to it, more different anions to it. And that is basically where they tend to carry out a reactive process. So, for example, as a few of you them had mentioned, you have certain so think about petroleum. I will not go into ether, I will not go into acetone, the various different types of ketones, aldehydes. I will not go into those kind of terminologies here. Think about petroleum or any spirit for that matter, if you can think about the varnishes, for example. This is something that most of you would have come across, the varnishes that are used to polish your furniture. Even those varnishes, they have a very strong smell. Why do you get that very strong smell from? Where do you get that very strong smell from? It is basically some of that compound very quickly effervescing and very quickly some of them vaporizing, and that is where they form a kind of an indoor air pollutant as well. So these are where the compounds can very readily change their state, they can readily react in the atmosphere, and that is a volatile organic compound. Is that understood? Good, right? So that is basically the volatile organic. Roshni, I hope that is also understood. So the ones which readily will change their state, which are very reactive. So there are various different types of volatile organic compounds out there, released directly by us by various different sources, from the very basic source of, let's suppose, indoor polishing of the tables and chairs, to release of or treating the spirits, or treating the spirits as in the liquid one, not the spiritual spirits. So the treating the spirits out there. Then you have the petroleum, the all those kinds of fossil fuels. These are basically volatile. Now when they change their state, some of that portion will evaporate very quickly. They tend to react with nitrogen oxides, and when they react with nitrogen oxide in the presence of sunlight, sunlight is a must. Sunlight is a catalyst, right? A chemical what is a catalyst? Let me simplify that as well. When we talk about any chemical reaction, sometimes certain compounds are present, but they will not react unless and until there's a reacting agent. For example, you have KCN, or potassium cyanide is one of those catalysts. Potassium chloride is one of those catalysts. Now, they will not react unless and until you provide any other agent to it. So, there are certain chemical formations whose reaction will happen only in the presence of a favorable external situation. That is how the reactions happen. So here, sunlight is the necessary catalyst to induce that reaction. So here you can see that basically, that is why I've put up this image here. Nitrous oxide plus volatile organic compound in the presence of heat and sunlight. So here, that ends up producing ozone. Okay. Yes, perfect, Vikas. Catalyst is something which adds fuel to the fire. Now, ground level or bad ozone is not emitted directly into the air, but is created by chemical reactions between NOx and VOCs. So that makes ozone a kind of a secondary pollutant. secondary pollutant. Okay, so emissions from industrial facilities and electric utilities, motor vehicle exhaust, etc., gasoline vapors that you see, the chemical solvents, all these are VOCs, right? These are the major sources of NOx and VOCs. So just I will highlight the VOCs here: chemical solvents, gasoline vapors. These are your volatile organic compound. They are very, very reactive in general. So that is how you have the production of the ground level ozone. Okay, this is very harmful for in, and many of the times we tend to inhale it, we don't realize it, but that ends up creating a lot of issues in our respiratory tract in the long run. Now, this ground level ozone, over a period of time, it again further reacts with unburnt and partially burnt hydrocarbons and ends up creating a brownish haze above the cities. And this is what is referred to as a photochemical smog. So, here we'll come to the photochemical smog, but before that, this is the text that many of you have been saying that where do we find the text. So it is a colorless and highly irritating gas that forms just above the earth's surface. It's called a secondary pollutant because it is produced when two primary pollutants react, that is VOCs and NOx. They come from natural sources as well as from human activities. 95% of NOx from human activity, burning of coal, gasoline, and oil in motor vehicles, homes, industries, and power plants. VOCs come mainly from gasoline combustion and marketing, upstream oil extraction, gas production, wood combustion, evaporation of liquid fuel and solvents, and sometimes they also originate from various. For example, when we talked about the boreal forests, if you recall, in boreal forest or in coniferous forest, we discussed that there, in certain species such as cheer pines, you have the needle shaped leaves, but these leaves at the nodes, they secrete some amount of fluid, and that is what is utilized for the manufacturing of biofuel. I hope we have that retained in our mind, right? So many of that time there also you have some amount of evaporation takes place, and that is what is also going to produce VOC. So naturally also, when you go to especially in certain plants and trees in these high altitude regions, when you go to that, you will have a very unique smell associated wherever that liquid is secreted. You will have a very unique smell associated with it. If ever you can relate to it, you can visit those places, you will be able to identify it very easily, right? Now, that is basically the aspect of the ground level ozone, how that ozone is produced. Now we come to the portion of the photochemical smoke. Vikash, so can we say that ground level ozone is a secondary pollutant? Absolutely, yes, my dear friend. And Rahul, also O2 plus heat at 240 degrees Celsius produces O3. But see, understand, O2, this what you are talking about, it is not only about heat. When any form of very high energy is provided at O2, it can have the production of O3 as well. So what happens is very high amount of energy, it will disintegrate O2 into free moving oxygen radicals. Now, those free moving oxygen radicals, then in the presence of heat, will combine with O2 to produce ozone. But that much amount of energy and heat is generally not to be found on the ground surface. That is why the reaction which produces ozone that you are referring to, Rahul, that reaction is experienced in the region of stratosphere. Right. So there it is not a pollutant. So there the ozone which is produced is pretty much a natural reaction where in the presence of ultraviolet rays and slightly higher temperature, it is the ultraviolet rays and their energy which brings the oxygen molecules together to form O3 in that region. Okay, I hope that is understood. Now, many times causes forest fire due to which fire, Abhishek, absolutely correct. Perfect, my dear friend. From where the source of secondary ozone releases. It is formed in the air around us From where is the secondary ozone releases? In the sense that nitrogen oxides are present when you walk on the road. Nitrogen oxide is present when you walk on the road. Volatile organic compounds are consistently being released. So in the presence of heat and sunlight, they will react there, and that is where in the air natural formation of ozone, ground level ozone, will start taking place. Okay. And is that understood? Shivam, difference between ground ozone and photochemical smog. We'll come to it. What is a smog? First of all, what do we mean by smog? Smog is, as the name in itself suggests, smog is basically here smoke plus foggy conditions. We learned that very high energy ultraviolet rays do not reach the earth because they react with ozone, and only the weaker UV rays reach the. Is it the ozone formation which stops them? Yes. And the dense layer of ozone that is present, it will slowly and steadily oxygen will be formed, and majority of it will be reflected back eventually in the process. Yes. Okay. So that smoke plus fog, that is what is referred to as a smog, generally under normal circumstances. So generally, when will we observe that? During the winter months we observe the smog, isn't it? Smog is something that most of you would have experienced, especially those of you living in the either in the cities or even not in cities but anywhere to the north of Tropic of Cancer. I'm sure you would have experienced smoggy conditions, right? It gives a kind of a pungent smell when you inhale the air at that point of time, where you have fog, but then you also understand that your eyes are burning because of the smoky condition which is present. So normally, smog is observed in polluted areas during the winter months, right? That is where smog is very common. So what do we mean by photochemical smog? Photochemical. Break this down. Photo means what? Light, right? Photo generally refers to light. Chemical. So in the presence of light, that is solar rays, in the presence of solar rays, a chemical reaction which is initiated, which creates the smog-like condition, that is photochemical smog. As simple as that. I will repeat. In the presence of solar rays, the presence of solar rays actually initiates the chemical reaction amongst the primary pollutants, creates various different substances which imitate the smoggy conditions and create a hazy situation, that is photochemical smog. Okay? So, it is a mixture of pollutants that are formed when nitrogen oxides and volatile organic compounds, they react to sunlight, creating brown haze. But just now we saw that nitrogen oxide and volatile organic compounds create ground level ozone. So does that mean that ground level ozone and this photochemical smoke, they are one and the same? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Let me tell you why. When we talk about the ground level ozone, here, that is just one of the various different compounds which are created in the process of reaction. Just one of the compounds. Okay. When we talk about, let's suppose, the entire different types of reactions which are carried out, then you have very complex formulations and compounds which are created. The one which particularly creates that hazy situation, that is what is referred to as pan. That is, this is the one which creates that hazy condition, which creates that smoggy condition. And pan is what? Peroxyacetyl nitrate. That peroxyacetyl nitrate is created in the process of these reactions which will have the inputs will have to be nitrogen oxides, volatile organic compounds, but eventually it will lead to the creation of these complex carbohydrates. So let us take a look into it. So it tends to occur more often in summer. When we think about smoggy condition, we think that it will happen in winter, but it tends to occur more during summer. Why? Because it is during summer months when you will have the availability of sunshine and sunlight there, because that is when we have the most amount of sunlight. So photochemical smog's important requirement is the availability of sunlight. How is it formed? So NO2, in the presence of sunlight itself, there itself it can start dissociating, where it will form NO, and a free oxygen radical here will be created. That will combine with other oxygen to form O3. This is your ground level ozone that is there, right? This is your ground level ozone, many of the times produced. Now, this is just an intermediary stage. Now, what you see here, this is what is PAN, peroxyacetyl nitrate. Now, they are produced by reactions of nitrogen dioxide with various hydrocarbons, which are considered here as R for reference. Now, the compounds made from hydrogen, carbon, etc., that is what hydrocarbons are. So, hydrocarbons are released into the atmosphere when you have burning of fossil fuel and solvents, chemicals, etc. They will release those hydrocarbons. So, that is when they will react. NO2 will react with these hydrocarbons to produce peroxyacetyl nitrate. Main source of hydrocarbons is the volatile organic compounds. Similarly, oxygenated organic and inorganic compounds, that is ROX, react with nitric acid to produce much more nitrogen oxide, and these nitrogen oxides will further react. Again, the same reaction will be carried out, and this process will continue. It will initiate a kind of a, as long as the pollutants are there, it will continue to initiate a kind of a reactive state, and that is where this will be produced endlessly. A lot of that pan and other such pollutants are produced, which creates a brownish haze above the cities, especially during the daytime, and that is the photochemical smog. Okay, now in both of these you have the presence of the volatile organic compounds, which is basically carrying out. Okay. Okay, how many of you feel that or ground level ozone and photochemical smog is the same? How many of us feel that it is the same? Okay. Okay, fair enough. Okay, I will explain it again in that case. Please understand. See, you have to understand one thing, guys. Understand one thing. The basic analogy I'm providing. Are we aware what this compound is? Any of us? Are we aware what this compound is? Is it water? Good. It is hydrogen peroxide. It is a compound of hydrogen and water. Hydrogen and oxygen. That is hydrogen peroxide. This is water, right? Both of them are created by the same compounds, hydrogen and oxygen. Both of them are created by the same inputs. Water here, you drink, life is going to be sustained. Hydrogen peroxide, you consume, you die. So does not mean if the input components are same, the output will be the same. Always remember that. If the input is same, does not mean the output will always be the same. Are we able to comprehend this particular portion? That the input is same in this H2O2, H2O, both of them are very different. H2O2, the kind of reactions that it can initiate, pour any kind of different metal into it, it will completely consume that. H2O is a solvent. So that is why here, what that indicates is that let's suppose I have NO, NO2, right? So that can be represented by NOx. Okay. Now, volatile organic compounds are there. Now, volatile organic compounds can be of various different types. You can have VOX, volatile organic compound. You can have hydrocarbons, right? You can have chemical solvents, which are also a part of hydrocarbons, but a different matter altogether. Chemical solvents. This can be, let's suppose, burnt hydrocarbons or unburnt hydrocarbons. Any of them. Now, when they will react, is it always going to produce the same product? When hydrogen and oxygen reacts, will it always produce water? No. So can we say that when nitrogen and volatile organic compounds will react, it can form many different types of compounds out there depending upon what kind of hydrocarbons are reacting, depending upon which kind of solvents are reacting? Can we say that this reaction can produce very different types of components, many different types of components? Can we say that? Think about it. Yes. So, in this reaction, in the presence of sunlight, you can have the production of the ground level ozone as well. One of those reactions. One of those reactions will even lead to the formation of complex carbohydrates, which further will react to form certain compounds such as peroxyacetyl nitrate. Peroxyacetyl nitrate, which is created, that is one of the major components which creates that hazy conditions that does not allow us to see. Ozone which is produced, ozone is almost transparent. Ozone will not form any kind of blockage in your uh, sight ability. Okay, so that is where when we talk about photochemical smog, it is the production of pan. Now, in that production of pan, ground level ozone production is just one of the intermediary stages in that entire production of pan which happens. Is that understood? Or is it still not understood? Let me. Shivam and Varun and Abhijit. Let me know. Understood? Okay, good. It's tricky. See, please understand here, already I am simplifying it enough in the sense I'm not mentioning what are the other products. I'm not mentioning the chemical formulations here. I'm not mentioning the chemical formulations here. Imagine the trickiness coefficient. If you had to mention the benzene ring here, draw the various different reactions which happen with the help of the various different reagents and the catalysts, that would have been tricky. This is at most you can consider it to be slightly on the abstract note, not more than that. Don't pay this any greater respect than that. Okay, this is one of the low hanging fruits which does appear in the examination time and time again, that how is it that photochemical smog is produced, how is it that the ground level ozone is produced. The easy factor for both of these, and easy factor for you guys would be that the reactants for both of them are the same. All that you need to know is NOx and VOCs. If you are aware of NOx and VOCs, under certain conditions, ground level ozone, under certain conditions, photochemical smog. Nobody is going to ask you, describe what are the conditions, availability of sunlight and heat, right? But unburnt hydrocarbons would be there, peroxyacetyl nitrate. So peroxyacetyl nitrate is something that you have to know, that photochemical smog, identify it with peroxyacetyl nitrate. If you want to simplify it, it is as simple as it comes. If you want to complicate it, within one sentence you will be able to complicate it to such an extent nobody will be able to comprehend it. So that is where I would beg to differ with you, that it is not a difficult portion. Peroxyacetyl nitrate, the formula also I have indicated here. This is the formula here. Okay. C2H3O5N. Okay, this is your peroxyacetyl nitrate. Right? Now, then we come to acid rain. What do we mean by acid rain? So, in simple terms, when the rainfall brings about some acidic substances, acid rain. But how does this happen? Why does this happen? And where does this happen? So when you have lot of pollutants into the atmosphere, particularly let's suppose in the category of sulfur oxides, nitrogenous oxides, now when they stay into the atmosphere, many of the times, let's suppose they interact with some dust particles. Dust particles does not mean they are non-reactive. Dust particles can sometimes also be very reactive. Sometimes they will form another substance. They will react with water vapor. Now, when they react with water vapor molecules, now H2O plus NO2, H2O plus SO2, that forms NO2 here refers to nitrogen oxides, SO2 sulfur oxides. Now, here that will lead to the formation of H2SO4, that is a sulfuric acid, and HNO3 in certain cases, that is the nitric acid. Now, that formation of sulfuric and nitric acid is happening as the sulfur oxide, dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, etc., that is reacting in the atmosphere. Now, it is reacting with some water molecule. Water vapor is present. Water vapor is an important component of the atmosphere. I hope we are comfortable with that. Now, that water vapor which is present, it is there that these compounds are reacting. Now, let's suppose this weak sulfuric acid or a kind of a diluted nitric acid, etc., which are created, which are present in droplets out there, suspended in the air. It might happen that there is rainfall, and there is rainfall, and those materials, they come down on the ground. Now, that is what? You have H2SO4, HNO3 coming down on the ground along with rainfall. That is your acid rain. Okay, once it falls on the ground surface, the impact is quite significant. In the long run, it is felt. But for example, when let's suppose your skin, if it is sensitive enough, if it gets exposure to those raindrops, then what will happen? You will have skin lesions, skin infections, skin diseases, etc. The plants, when they experience this, there also the leaves get impacted ever so slightly. When we talk about, let's suppose, the ground, the soil surface, the soil starts turning slightly acidic, and that is when the types of plants that the soil can support will also change. But sometimes what can happen is that this sulfuric acid, nitric acid, the dilute form which is produced in the atmosphere, they are in such small droplets that they are suspended into the atmosphere. They can be carried by the winds then, and then they can get deposited on the various different monuments. Significant portion of eastern part of Europe, many of the monuments, if you will observe the images of them, many of them have an excessive amount of corrosion which has happened, and it is a resultant of the acid rain post the 18th century industrialization which happened. Or why to go abroad when you can have all the examples here in our country itself? Take the case of what is also referred to as the wonder of the world, Taj Mahal. Now, I'm sure many of you, yes. So, Many of you would have only heard about it and would be very, very young at that point of time to witness it. Taj Mahal had significantly turned yellowish. Obviously, when Taj Mahal was built by Shah Jahan, the aim was to build it white. Little did Shah Jahan know at that point of time that hundreds of years later, people who will live in this area, they will come up with a plan that right opposite to Taj Mahal across River Yamuna, let us build a brick kiln, and there let us manufacture bricks. Now there, let us also start operating industries so that we will get a good view of Taj Mahal while we are working, right? Normal mere mortals will tell that our workplace is nice, but not many people can have the kind of boasting capability that, my workplace is near the Taj Mahal itself. So industry started getting operated. The brick kilns, the kind of smoke that is emitted, all of that started getting deposited on the white marbles of the Taj. And that is when the corrosion was initiated. And this was what led to the yellowing. Now, if you would have followed the various different judicial processes which happened at that point of time, it was nothing short of absolutely a kind of hilarious nature of it, because you could come to know how the governments function. Basically, when the report was sought by the judiciary that why this yellowing is happening, few of them also suggested that this yellowing is the nature of the marble in itself, that the marble has now become so old that it is turning yellow. It was later on when the investigative committee found out that you had the government, the administration, the when we say the government, that not only means the ministers, that also means the bureaucrats, what you are trying to become. So the government, the administration, had a kind of a connivance with the kind of private players, and many illegal factories, small scale illegal factories were operating right across River Yamuna's bank on the other side of the Taj, and they were emitting smoke endlessly. And that tells us the exact mentality that we were talking about, that as long as our own thing is taken care of, if the waste is slightly outside our house, we don't give a damn about it. We don't care. It is now the work of the government to take care. Which government? Some government. If I am the part of the state government, then national government. If I'm the part of the national government, the state government. Anyone other than me has to take care of that. Immediately, the court ordered the shutting down of all the industries. A refurbishment exercise was carried out, and the Taj is still slowly and steadily recovering from it. Much of it has been replaced and recovered, but that is what tells you the impact of acid rain, and more importantly, the amount of importance that we attach to our national monuments, where we find it incredibly important to establish a brick manufacturing plant next to a place which attracts people from across the world, right? So, coming back to it, here we talk about the acid rain. So, defined as rain, fog, sleet, or snow that is acidic by pollutants in the air, mostly emits nitrogen oxide, sulfur dioxide that is emitted. Now, this nitrogen oxide, now be it NO, NO2, N2O, this can end up reacting with water molecules. Now, that ends up forming weak sulfuric acid, H2SO4, weak as in diluted form, right? And HNO3 in diluted form is produced. Okay, so you have weak H2 or a diluted form and of HNO3 and H2SO4 that is produced. Now that ends up causing the acid rain. Okay, when it is brought down by the rainfall, that is what is wet deposition, brought down by rainfall. By rainfall. When we talk about dry deposition, carried by the winds. Okay, so these are your various different forms of acid rain. Now, this is a kind of an image representation for your better recollection. So here, think about it that you have basic emission of nitrogen or nitric oxide, sulfur dioxide, etc., from various different sources, transformation to H2SO4 and nitric acid. Now that is carried over by the wind, sometimes directly deposited. So dry deposition does happen, and sometimes carried by the rain, and you have wet deposition. Now, when it gets deposited, it has got an impact in the wider ecosystem range. Its impact is spread over the wider ecosystem. On the soil, makes the soil acidic, makes the soil acidic, and as a result of that, what happens? Soil can support only limited types of plants. Because if you recall, in the first session itself, when we were talking about abiotic factors, remember we talked about the soil and the pH value of the soil as well. That the pH value of the soil determines the type of crops which it can support, the type of plants which it can support. The forest overall productivity will be impacted, isn't it? Because when your soil is impacted, then the type of plants will be impacted. Even on the plants, the leaves, when they have these depositions of acid, that alters the normal biological processes that the plants carry out, and overall productivity reduces. Many of the times it carries out the browning of the leaves in certain areas, the wilting of the leaves in certain areas as well, the death of the pigments that starts to happen. So it has got a wide variety of impact on biodiversity as well. Now, public health, we have talked about that when we ourselves, when we experience that acid rain, dry deposit or wet deposit, it ends up causing skin lesions, skin infections, and in certain cases can have the ability or the potential to cause skin cancer as well. Then you have the monuments, and that is where you have the corrosion which is carried out in the monuments, degradation of the monuments, and generally which is carried out. Okay. Now, after this, we come to another very, in a way, the topic which is very prominent and always you will find in some or the other discussion out there. And that is the amount of pollution that you observe in northern part of the country, that is substantially larger than what you observe in the southern part of the country, right? And when is it that this discussion for pollution comes into the picture? It comes into the picture late October, November, and December. After that, we forget all about it. Even in the later parts of December, we forget. Only during the later part of October and November, suddenly you will, if ever you still commit that kind of, or you still indulge in that form of entertainment where you switch on the news channels. That is one of the most vile forms of entertainment which is available right now. It is better to go out there into the movie hall, watch a movie, and come back refreshed. So if ever you switch on the news channel at that point of time, late October to November, you will get a feeling as if tomorrow the world is going to come to an end. The level of pollution is so high, and the disaster which is caused by the government, the government, and basically that is where the government is responsible. Which government? For the central government, the state government, the center. Other than us, everybody else is responsible. And eventually the judiciary will also start making statements that what is happening to this air pollution, the air of Delhi is so bad, the air in northern India is so bad. Within 1 week, I need a report, or we need a report, that what needs to be done, what you will do. bring about some scheme to tackle the pollution, there will be editorials. From now itself, let me tell you that next month, later part of the month, you will have editorials in the Hindu always talking about the pollution. But again, after a few months, it is forgotten. It is not as if the pollution in northern part of country is not experienced in the other months of the year. It is there. But then that pollution becomes much more apparent during the winter, because when the cold conditions they do come, when the cold conditions they do prevail, there is condensation, fog formation, smog formation. That is when the impact of pollution is experienced, is felt at a much greater degree. So that is what the pollution causes. Now, why is there a greater amount of pollution in the northern part of the country as compared to the southern part? Is it purely because people in the northern part they like to pollute more? People in the southern part of the country they are very eco-friendly? Is that a kind of a regional bias or discrimination out there? But as I told you earlier itself, one thing that unites us all, north or south or east or west, is our ability to pollute. All of us have got the equal ability to pollute, which we exercise to various different proportions. So, what are the reasons why northern India is much more polluted? Let us take a look at it. But all of it, all the various different reasons that we will take a look into, all of that is driven from very basic fundamental. That is, in the northern part of the country, the population in general and the population density, to be specific, is very, very high. As compared to southern part, the northern part of the country has got a very high population density. Okay, so always keep that in mind. Population density is very high. Now, once the population density is high, obviously the number of vehicles plying on the roads will also be high, isn't it? Delhi NCR in itself. Now, this is the older data I'm talking about. The newer data you can verify yourself. Now, the region of Delhi NCR, the Delhi National Capital Region itself, the number of vehicles that it has, that is more than many of the metros considered together. So think about it. It is a different matter that you don't get that much jams in Delhi as compared to cities such as Bangalore because the infrastructure is developed. Otherwise, Delhi has got large number of vehicles, and many of these vehicles, as we have already discussed, are suitable to kept in some museums out there, but they still operate, especially the trucks that you see, especially the three wheelers that you see, the various different forms of auto rickshaws. It appears the sound that they make, it appears that it will be a form of a Chandrayaan which will carry them to the moon themselves. It is a different matter that they move at a 2 kilometer per hour speed or a 3 kilometer per hour speed, and they emit so much amount of smoke that even PSLV, GSLV will be put at shame. So these older vehicles and large number of vehicles which are moving, that forms a major problem. And also, when you have large number of vehicles in a heavily urbanized or not a properly organized urban center, it will also end up having a lot of traffic jams. Traffic jams again, source of pollution, a significant source of pollution. Then you have many industries. Okay, many of the industries. Now, these industries, now many of them are old. For example, if you consider few of the industries that operate in the region around, if you go to the western part or rather the eastern part of Delhi, then many of these industries have been operating for many, many years, where the equipments are even older than the people operating those industries. Right. So that basically gives you an idea that the amount of pollution carried out is so very high. Now, what can be done for these industries simultaneously? If we take a look at all of them, that what can be done to tackle them? One of the methods that can be used is the use of scrubbers. Right. What are scrubbers? So scrubbers are basically installations where, if you consider those installations, These are large installations, for example, through which air is moved in and moved out in either of the ways. And you have various different filters and solvents through which the air is to be passed through. Moist solvents laden with water through which the air is passed through. So the various different contaminants, they are filtered out at different stages by inducing, in certain cases, a chemical reaction, otherwise simply not allowing them to pass. So the filters will have such a small perforation that only cleaner air can pass. So these can be scrubbers, can be utilized. Okay, so that is how we do have the provision to install modern instruments in order to get rid of that. For example, in the case of vehicles, you have a device which is referred to as catalytic converters. Are we aware of this device? Have we, if not seen them, have we heard about these catalytic converters? Okay. These are installed in almost all the vehicles out there, other than the kind of stratospheric vehicles that we have in the form of the three wheelers. Other than many of them, the older ones, majority of the four wheeler, the two even two wheeler vehicles, they have these catalytic converters fitted in front of or before the exhaust mechanism comes into play. Now, what it does is it filters out the few of the contaminants such as lead, few of the contaminants such as benzene, such as the heavy contaminants which are emitted during the combustion of fossil fuel. Those heavy contaminants, they are filtered out. Now, that if the catalytic converters are good, up to date, so that means the air which is emitted or given out in the emission, that is much cleaner, right? That is the use of catalytic converters. So you would have heard about, at least if you have seen the vehicles, you would have heard about Bharat stage BS4, Bharat stage 6, Bharat stage 3. Have you seen these stickers moving around in the vehicles, or the existence of these norms, right? So all these are what? These are basically the newer mechanism for engine operation and catalytic converters, so that majority of that particular waste is emitted after the burning of the fossil fuel, that is taken care of. Obviously, this involves a kind of a scientific advancement, but all the vehicles nowadays, they have that. In fact, it is from here that again, a very nice conversation, so to say, a hilarious conversation was initiated when the judiciary also sometimes, I am sure you would be aware of this by now, or you would be observing this by now. Judiciary also sometimes takes a panic reaction owing to the media outrage that goes on. It appears as if they switch on the TV, they look at the media outrage, they think that we are the people who will make the difference. How to make a difference, they don't know. They give certain directions, right? Again, no hurting of sentiments of the judiciary, no hurting of sentiments of the people who are associated with judiciary, all the caveat attached. But if you think about it, around 3 to 4 years back, there was an incident, a public spat which happened once. The judiciary, in the case of the Delhi NCR pollution, they came ahead and they issued a statement that, or they issued a basic directive that any 2000 cc, the vehicular capacity, the engine capacity is measured in cc. Any vehicle which has got a capacity larger than 2000 cc, they will not be allowed to move on the road, especially when the pollution is very high. Now think about it. When you talk about the larger vehicles, all of them have more than 2000 cc. When you talk about the uh, luxury vehicles, like, right, the German cars that are there, the Mercedes, the BMWs, the Audis of this world, majority of them are above 2000 cc. Now, this directive by the court meant what? That immediately the car sales, they were in jeopardy. That why will I buy this car if I'm not allowed to take it out for 2 months of the year or 3 months of the year? That is when the head of Mercedes Benz, he was in India, And he basically made a statement that, look, you are banning this, but let me tell you that the exhaust that our cars emit in a way that is cleaner than the air that the region of Delhi has. Now that created a lot of public outrage. Immediately, people did what they do the best. They started putting the hashtag of boycott Mercedes, boycott BMW, boycott Audi, etc. But then that sends a message, and that sends a larger message that any policy measure, any judicial directive that you give, it needs to have a clear cut goal that you want to achieve, and also the goal setting that when do you want to achieve that. Just banning the cars from the streets randomly out there for 5 days will tackle the pollution for 4 days out there. But what about the long run? Again, next year, will you do the same thing? Again, next year, will you repeat the same process? So what did Albert Einstein say? Albert Einstein said that the person who does the same thing again and again and expects the result to change can be basically referred to as a fool. A fool is a person who repeats the same process again and again and expects one to succeed. So what we are doing in the case of tackling of pollution is we are repeating the same mistakes again and again. But somehow we are expecting that some fine October morning or November morning when we wake up, the air in Delhi NCR will be clean. That is not going to happen. We need to take long-term measures. And that is where better catalytic converters, better industrial scrubbers, they are the need of the hour. Okay? Now, then here another aspect is the power plants and the refineries. Now, power plants, and so in many parts of northern part of the country, you have the refineries. Now, refineries also emit some amount of the volatile organic compounds that we talk about. Refineries, they do emit them in significant quantity, in significant bulk. But when we talk about power plants, here the discussion will be incomplete if we don't discuss about the Badarpur power plant. Now, Badarpur power plant, I don't know if you have visited that place. It should be declared as a national memorial of sorts, because that Badarpur power plant was established in the 1960s. Because when Pandit Nehru basically, when he wanted to develop the industrial centers around Delhi, so Faridabad was one of the places that he envisioned, that this will be a city outside Delhi, which will be the city of future. So for that, we need a power plant. Badarpur power plant came up to provide power availability to Delhi as well. Now, we had continued to operate that power plant through the 60s, through the 70s, through the 80s, through the 90s, into the new century. After a couple of decades, we still operated. Again, one fine October, November morning, when the judges themselves felt that the air is very bad, the hearing happened and they ordered the shutdown of the plant. It was after much persuasion that we managed to shut down that plant. But you still have many of such old, now after enough amount of awareness and enough amount of coercion, many of the older power plants have been shut down. But these older power plants, they are again a source of pollution. Right? Why? Because you burn coal, heavy contaminants are released, you release them directly into the atmosphere. So that is where you need the treatment of them. You need to treat them before. So what do you do, and how do you do that? So one of the remedies in this can be the usage of electrostatic precipitators. Okay, so electrostatic precipitators can be used. Have we heard about the term electrostatic precipitator, guys? If not seen them, have we heard them? Good. Have we seen them? Okay. These are very large installations out there. Okay, very, very large installations, almost around, if you consider 2 to 3 story building tall, and also if you think many meters in length as well. So, electrostatic precipitator, decipher the name, break down the name. What is the meaning of electrostatic? That is, with the help of provision of charge, right? Charge is there. Now, charge is not moving, charge is static. And with that charge, precipitator, precipitate or precipitation means what? The contaminants in the air, they are removed. They are basically, in a way, precipitating somewhere. They are basically accumulating somewhere. So how does this operate? So the electrostatic precipitators, they have got various different plates. Various different plates are associated with them, and they are suspended. Okay. Now, from one end, you provide the gases, the flue gases, or flue gases. The name flue gas is used for waste gases. Okay, these are the waste gases which are a byproduct. Now, in this, what is done is alternatively, this is what your electrostatic precipitator or ESP is. Now, in this, from here, you carry out or push in the waste gas. Now, what you do is all of these plates, initially, these are large metallic plates that we are talking about, almost the size of a minibus. That is how large these plates are, metallic plates. Now, these large metallic plates, alternatively, they are provided with a charge. So, few of them, they are kept at zero charge, alternatively zero charge, and in other ones, you have the negative charge which is provided, or another charge which is provided. Now, what happens as the gases with the various contaminants they go through this area, a process of electrolysis almost takes place, where you will have the various contaminants, they immediately attain the charge. They get attached to any of these plates depending upon the charge that the contaminants will develop. They will get attached to these plates, large metallic plates. Now, once they get attached to it, immediately the charge is withdrawn. All of them become neutral and zero charge. So, what will happen to all these portions which were attracted and attached to it? All these particles will fall down, they will accumulate here, right? And eventually, you will have cleaner gases. So, again, the gases are moved, charge is provided, they get attached to the positive one. Again, it is made neutral. All the substances they accumulate. So, with that, after this, the gases are allowed to move to the chimney. So this is a mechanism by which we can purify the air, or in fact, in majority of the newer power plants which are being set up or which have been set up in the past couple of decades or so, all of them, they utilize these electrostatic precipitators for providing cleaner air and the cleaner exit gases in the case of the power plant. Construction activities, obviously we talked about the fact that the construction activities creates a lot of dust, and significant amount of dust particles are emitted, especially in the warmer areas, in the drier areas. Northern part of the country, where the amount of population density being higher means the construction demand will also be higher. Somewhere or the other, sometime or the other, construction is always carried on, it is always going on. So that construction activity initiates or basically brings a lot of dust particles, particularly the less rainfall areas. Then comes the stubble burning. Stubble, what is stubble here? The residues that you have after the harvest has happened of, let's suppose, the paddy crop. Now, paddy crop harvest, once it happens, it leaves behind these residues. That is what is known as the stubble. Now, it is when immediately those of you who have seen the paddy crop, who have been involved in the paddy crop cultivation, or you have witnessed it, basically you would have observed that after the harvest is carried out, that stubble pokes from the ground surface, and it is very hard, very pointy. It appears as if it is a plant residue. What is the harm in it? But it is very, very pointy. In fact, you cannot even think about in your wildest of your imagination to walk barefoot in these kind of farmlands once the stubble remains, because it will poke through your skin, right? So that stubble, that is burnt in the regions of Punjab, Haryana, Western UP, and even the Punjab province of Pakistan. There also it is burnt. And it is burnt. Why? In order to clear the land for the next round of sowing. This is not something which is carried out in rice production in southern part of the country. There it is not carried out. In the northern part of the country, it is carried out. It is not because the farmers in the southern part of the country are environmentally friendly and the farmers in the northern part of the country, they don't know about it. No, it is because in the northern part of the country, the rice harvest mainly happens in the region of Punjab, Haryana, Western UP during the months of later part of October. And the weather is about to change, right? So here, harvesting, basically, when does the harvest happen? Harvest happens late October. Okay. And this is in the northern part of the country I'm talking about. And harvest of what? The paddy crop. In local language, that is what is also what is referred to as the stubble, is what is also referred to as parali. So parali burning or the burning of parali is something which is very common. Now harvest is something which happens in late October. You have to clear the farmland. You have to prepare the farmland for the next round of sowing and plantation as well. And kharif crops, basically they are the ones harvesting. And the rabi crops, the rabi season is onto them. That is wheat plantation needs to be carried out, and wheat needs to be planted in the mid of November or first week of December itself. Okay, so rabi plantation of wheat, when is it carried out? In the month of November. So the time period which is available to the farmers is very less in the northern part. In the southern part, even during the month of November, December, the condition is such that in the coastal areas of Tamil Nadu, there again another variety of rice is planted, boro, right? So boro variety of rice is planted in the month of November, December, because the temperature is largely consistent throughout the year in the southern part. But in the northern part, it starts becoming colder and colder. If you delay it furthermore, then the rainfall pattern will change and the wheat cultivation will be impacted. So that is why there is the need which is felt where people start burning that stubble. And it is not as if they want to pollute the land, but they don't see much of an option, because you cannot manually pull them out, can you? Because these are very hardened. Okay, so you need to either deploy a manual labor, and that manual labor is costly, because in these areas of Punjab, Haryana, Western UP, the manual labor is basically the migrant labor. The natural the local manual labor available is very less, and the smaller farmers, they cannot afford that manual labor. So that is why they will burn it, right? So what can be done? You can provide the certain remedies such as the pusa decomposer tablets, which end up, so the decomposer tablets that pusa has come up with, you mix it in a solution, you spray it over, that will promote the microbial decomposition process, and that softens the stubble a bit, so that then it can be pulled out easily, or it can be tilled easily. Another method is you provide so much amount of economic incentive for the manufacturing of biofuel, etc., where the people themselves, they feel that okay, the economic benefit is so much, I will deploy some amount of manual labor to extract the stubble, and then I will be able to make biofuel out of it. That can be one way. One of the organic methods which is used in certain portions of South Asia, such as Thailand, Malaysia, etc., where paddy cultivation is also carried out, what they do is, now their animal rearing is also a norm. So there what they do is, and you have a beautiful documentary on that available on YouTube which you can always watch. So they have lot of, many of them, the farmers, they keep ducks in large numbers. Obviously, by selling the duck eggs and the duck meat also, they will be able to earn a lot of money in the worst circumstances. So they rear ducks. Now after harvesting of the paddy, the ducks, in scores, in hundreds of them, they are left to roam in the farmland. Now when they roam in the farm, why will they go into the area where there is a lot of that stubble? Because there will be a lot of insects which will be left. So the ducks, they get the protein that they require. And in the process, through the help of their webbed feet, they will stomp on the ground so many times that they, in a way, they will soften that stubble. That again makes tilling of the land possible. So you can have various different alternatives, various different types in which we can seek an alternative to stubble burning. But the most sustainable method is to change the cultivation pattern, because Punjab, Haryana, Western UP, these are the areas which receive very little amount of rainfall. Ideally, this is the region not suitable for growing of rice. It is because of cultivation of rice in that area that groundwater table in that region is coming excessively low. So that should be controlled. And that is where we can have a sustained agriculture. So produce rice in the eastern part of the country, in the southern part of the country. Why to produce rice in the northwestern part of the country? In fact, UPSC has asked this question multiple times in the optional portion of geography as well, in the GS portion of geography as well, that how to get rid of this problem of the continuous wheat and rice growing, which is leading to multiple such issues. Okay, so that is where will, yes, pelletization and torrefaction is also one of the solution that can be done. Okay, Pusa decomposer tablet, I'll show you in the image itself. This is the decomposer, Pusa decomposer capsule that we are talking about. That is where I'll restrict the session here today, and we will meet again on Wednesday. Tomorrow is a holiday, so we'll meet again on Wednesday. And till then, let's take and tackle some questions. Uh, what about Paramount, Anshu? Stubble can be used for second generation biofuel creation. Absolutely, yes. Alok, we will try to have a separate discussion for the 2023 main session. If not, I will briefly mention it in the session, in the class at a later stage, about where these questions were coming from. Yes, Ilma, I have taken a look into that. It is, I have also taken a look into your essay. I have noted down the feedback as well. It is about sending it to you back. I will send it to you. Don't worry. Okay, and Anshu, I'm unable to understand your question, my dear friend. Munna, I belong to those areas. When I was a kid, at that time, harvesting was done through manual labor, but now it is done by big compound. That leaves big chunk part remains as a stubble. Now it have created a problem. Yes, manual labor basically, see, manual labor is time taking. So, in the case of the manual labor, if you recall at that point of time, one of the biggest worries of your parents and grandparents would have been the that as long as this, because this harvesting is carried out for a week almost in case of the large farmlands. So, all of them are worried that there is no rainfall which happens in that point of time, because if it rains even for half a day, your entire crop is lost. So that was the problem with manual labor. That is why everyone shifted to these machines, if you remember. Uh, okay. Kirbagar acid rain is basically when you have the pollutants such as sulfur oxide, nitrous oxide, which are released into the atmosphere. Now, those react with the water droplets and they form the dilute sulfuric and nitric acid. That sulfuric and nitric acid combines with the rain droplets and falls on the ground. That is the acid rain. Okay. And yes, Himanshu, you can. VOCs, volatile organic compounds, Milan. These are the type of compounds which are not very stable. They can change their state very quickly. They are very, very reactive, can evaporate very significantly at lower temperatures as well. Varun, can we say that air pollutants will be in abundance in subtropical high pressure area due to a stable air condition? Very nice. Yes. Yes, you can say that. But it is not only restricted to that. The production is the artificial production of chemicals a part of these biogeochemical? No. The repercussion of expediting these cycles can be that in many of the areas you can have incomplete recycling. So many of those nutrients can be, in certain cases, trapped, never to be available again for a long run, for 100 or 200 years. Okay. And why won't they use tractor for tilling the land instead of burning them? My dear friend, see, even if you use the tractor and you till the land, still the stubble is so very tough and so very hard. Unless and until that softens, it won't be utilizable. The land is not suitable to be sown again. Okay, so that is where the inhibition happens. Okay. So that is where we'll restrict the session here today. And we meet again day after tomorrow. We will carry the discussion furthermore. So till that point of time, do take care of yourself, do relax, do get in touch with us in case of any doubts or issues, and goodbye. Thank you.